Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all my African brothers and sisters that lives throughout the world. May peace be upon you. Greeting and blessing to all. It's good to come back. I hope everybody had a nice week, and welcome to the Diaspora Talk with Big E. And show start now. Welcome everybody. Those of you that joined me on the comment section, thank you so much for joining me. And as well, your comment is greatly appreciated. Marie Antoinette, thank you. You're the first one I see right now. I'm glad you joined as usual. But I really want to start the week. A lot of things been happening, but I really want to play something very important for all Africans. That we had the Kenyan election that went on in the past week, in this week, and the president has been announced. And as the elect president right now is William Ruto, and they call him, I believe, also by the name the Hustler. But in that honor, for all Kenyan, I just want to treat you your favorite song, your national anthem, and this is the Kenyan national anthem that I'm going to be playing in honor for the great election that went on. Here we go. Mungu nguvu yetu, ampeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani. I want to thank all Kenyan to have this opportunity to vote and get the president elect, and we'll see what's going to happen in the coming weeks and 100 days. As I can see, everybody here hears me clearly. Any objection on the voice quality, please let me know. Today is kind of a topic that I just really might be a little bit different than our usual conversations, but we want to go to the certain roots of we as African finding the solutions for African matters, where we lack, where we are strong, where we can do certain improvement, and making sure that we all are, you know, we've been talking about interlacing the diaspora with the Africans in Africa, and today is pretty much trying to talk on where we lack, and this is also an invite to all Africans to take a time and opportunity to go back and see the country itself and breathe the air, drink the water, food, and as well associate with your community that you see around you. And you'll see what clearly is wrong in your country, which your country is in Africa. So one African nation problem is also another African nation problem. Something common on where we're gonna go, which way we're gonna go. So as the title says, "What's wrong with your country, your Africa?" That's how I titled it because if you're African, you live in the continent. At the end of the day, you're an African that lives in Africa. And those that are in diaspora, there are different uh, state in different places outside the continent. Still gives them the right to be Africans. And there's a lot more that's is expected um, from the diaspora and the formation of communities. I would love to see uh, globally uh, different nations or just being Africans to have a community where they can see what's going on in Africa, not just by people writing it, people reporting it, but just you being in the country. You want to do something about something, you have to be there. You have to look at it. You have to assess. It gives you the opportunity while you're on the ground. It's like anything else. Boots on the ground. And from that ground up, that's when you start assessing what what's going on. Why is it our unity is always in jeopardy? Why is it that we cannot collate to each other and resolve our own issues? I can list a bunch of stuff that can be an issue, but we got to go to the basics. So when I say what's wrong with your country, your Africa, we know we can list so many problems, and certainly we lack the unity and we lack the communication. And this goes 100 years back, where the Dutch already created this, the King of Dutch created slavery, and then he got 30 years that he went through it as the policy. And then he added another 40 years. You're talking about 70 years, really, not letting go. And from the independence, and once the OAU was formed for the independence, because it's an open to all OAU members to create the AU. The original membership was of 36 states when the OAU was established on May 25th, 1963. Then there have been 19 successive uh, enlargement, which happened on 18th of July 1975, with four more states that joined. So there, there was a progress at that time of coming together, at collaborating together, networking together. There's a lot of things that we lack in our education system. It's about networking, the importance of networking, not networking just for the opportunity to go bamboozle a country for profit, because we got a lot of privatization that's been done, and those privatization has been really backed by a different entity with soldiers for their own interests. So where we are right now is the question: what's wrong with my country, my Africa? How come we are 1.4 billion people that are not even represented in G20? It's supposed to be G21, because you're not paying attention to 1.4 billion. We're talking about billion. It's a big number. And you want to make the decision based on 20 others. Even EU is as a part integral to the G20. It's not about countries. The whole EU has representation. It has its own seat. So what's wrong with my country not being able to be participating? My Africa is not there. We should be represented. We should be in the same level if you want an equal trades, if you want an equal treatment. All that it requires finance. Finance is the most key on why we're not where we are. And plus, all this corrupt that been, corrupt leaders and the good leaders. The difference is the good leaders at the beginning, they were all assassinated. Now that you have the corrupt leadership on the loans, on the money that we can apply to improve our continent was so limited, so limited. You know, when I looked at it, and I was just reading a few facts, and the fact that the UN annual budget is $3 billion. $3 billion. It's less than certain states' budget, not states but counties' budget. DC budget is over $9.2 billion. Just DC, and that is just for paying for first responders, government employees, all that. And it's a district; it's not even a state. So we got this big organization like United Nations that's not even funded right because for a lot of reasons. The more you find, the more you fund it, the more money, the more and deeper that the globe global leaders, will be indebted to Africa. Like I said, all this private entity that have been running because the government said, oh, okay, I'm going to privatize this entity, give it to the people, and the people just for the little beanie sidekick money sell their entire land for what? And that private entity is not even doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be given back in the form of tax for what they're taking from the land. And that's not done because that little guy that sold out gave him a little bit. Even the money that you're talking about, it's not even where it's supposed to be to the level that he's supposed to be. By the time he gets paid what he's supposed to be paid, he shouldn't even be corrupted because he will have so much money that he doesn't know what to do with it. But unfortunately, the world economy is $100 trillion. So now we're talking about in trillions. We're not talking billions. So who's going to be the one that's going to fund Africa year in, year out, at least for $1 trillion? Because we know it's $9 trillion for the whole Africa. But again, what I'm talking about is who's going to give a loan to a country that needs dire need for different projects, for different, uh, for technology, for infrastructures, all the economical information that we need, and in fact, the help that we need. There's no bank. The IMF did some study. It says we have a gap of $500 billion. When we talk about in trillion, it's just zero point 0.5. It's not even close to a trillion. But we know for sure the deficit. The deficit is more than 0.5 billion. Okay, and that shows the imbalance when it comes to Africa. They know they want to keep that journal to the lowest as possible. They don't want think about the poor and the poor that really work hard every day don't see any difference in his cost of living. His cost of living is rising, but his labor is always the same, never change. So who's going to change that? And I always said, if you hear that from an African, I'm an African, we are the one that's going to make the change. The only thing is, a lot of us listen to different fake media and keep you in the fake world and never let you have the opportunity to see it yourself. You become the media, boots on the ground. You will see what your country is missing, what is lacking. And the big thing that Africa lacks is credit. With all the wealth that Africa has, that they need, especially all the resources, we're not even we're not even able to secure not more than $3 billion when COVID hits, while the rest of the countries, the wealthy countries, secured $17 trillion. United States itself spent and got the credit for $7 trillion, which is from the reserve. That shows you the imbalance. Only U.S. from the $7 trillion reserve never thought about the little guys in Africa. The little guys always got the U.S. aid, got this aid, that aid. Everything comes with a certain price, and it's very, very sad because Africa is $9 trillion annual. We should be over $30 trillion economy. 30 trillion. What happened to my 20 trillion? Did I got any fund to produce that $20 trillion? What is the impact if Africa was at the level of $30 trillion? That gives the opportunity globally, opportunity to all mankind. It's not just for Africa, to the globe. Would have contributed the advancement in technology in the economy sector. Because if you don't have funding, you're not going anywhere. If you don't have unity, you're not going anywhere. If you don't have the networking and understanding and sharing your information, you're not going anywhere. And so when I come to the question, and that need to be answered, what's wrong with my country, my Africa? So the your change to me, my, mine, yours, my country, my Africa. A lot of things being done purposely. It's a design, and I don't call it a design flaw because if it was designed to help humanity, the globe should focus on Africa. Africa is the mother of all continent. She has strong human resource and as well natural resource, all the minerals that the globe cannot even produce. So anybody like China coming in, like Russia coming in, like everybody coming in, it's so sad. It's so sad. They're not putting money on where they want to talk about for greater Africa. Yes, at the end of the day, we need money. Everything. You want electricity? You're going to pay for it. You want water? You're going to pay for it. You want technology? You're going to pay for it. And once you get that understanding, if I'm going to pay for it, can I afford it? That's the next question. We're talking about food security, national security. I go back in national security. Yeah, what do you need? Soldiers. If there's war, yes, there will be soldiers that's going to be fighting the war. There's a lot of injury. We don't even take care of our own veterans. Our veterans been in Africa has been suffering left and right. Not to mention even in the Western country, they still have issues, but at least they get the basics. Who's going to take care of our soldiers that was dispatched by the commander in chief and been told to go and fight this war? When they come home wounded, or when it comes to their retirement, they've been ignored. So we lack also our patriotism. If you are patriotic, the one that fought the war for you, you should honor. You should honor him. I'm bringing some other subject that I'm going to be talking. Just these are the highlights for me. Reggaeton music, grace and peace. Love it, love it. This is great. And Nathan, I see that every tree. I see Bobby E. I see you out there. May Xavier be with you. So before I go any further, I just wanted to do the prayer for what we're going to be talking about today. May His grace, Xavier, gives us the strength. The people that is going to come to my panel, let them be bright and shine it to the concern that we have about our Africa. You're the creator, you're the judge, the Alpha Omega. You may give the peace for those that need your healing, grant them your healing. But the one that needs everything that they might not achieve, let them achieve it. I know you're a gracious God, Xavier. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to my African brothers and sisters. Amen. All right, let's begin. So I did the intro, and hopefully anybody that's out there that would like to join me, you're all welcome. Nathan, also, if you can join, that would be great. Nathaniel, I can see that. And yes, come and join. a few things. So in the meantime, I just want to play one of my favorite. I hope it's everybody's favorite, and this is Mika Shavala, and also we got Talent in the house. So let's see if I can share this for you and enjoy. And let's see. I had it ready, but for some reason, sometimes you try to play it all, just get a little bit. Okay, there we go. Let me share this. Enjoy.
In the covers of your heart, stood your beloved, your day star, the fairest among 10,000 wives. You formed the seasons and fixed the time. You gave me sparks in the morning light. Creation flowed from your love. You were crafty and I was pretty. You were laughing, I was reaching out for you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of the day with you. With you. Cursed in the garden of paradise, knew the pain from the Father's arms. To get us back, you gave it all. Filled in the likeness of flesh on earth, bore the cross that we deserve. I've gotten down on my knees. Spirit breathing on me, been saying I'm see what I was made for. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk in the cool of the day with you. With you. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Jesus. The whole point of my existence is to know you, oh. The whole point of my existence is to know you, oh. The whole point of my existence is to know you, Lord. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. The whole point of my existence is to know your love. Is to know you, Lord. Is to know your love. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. I was made for heaven. I was made for Jesus. I was made to walk the cool of a day with you. With you.
There you have it. This is one of best. I always I can listen to it at any time just to remind you with the children of Xavier, and I can see the love that you guys are doing in the comment. Your just this love that you all share with one another. This is what we're all about. We're not here to bash anybody. We're not here to. We want something strong for Africa's success, for all of us to succeed. And when we have the opportunity, we have a lot of talented people in this world. It's just how to bring them in. How to bring them in so they understand where the wheel is stopped rolling. Or maybe instead of going clockwise, which is the norm, let's say, it goes counterclockwise. Maybe the counterclockwise is better, or the clockwise is going to be different. So when it comes to African issues and what it can fix, I always says those that's going to be in the leadership in diaspora are the one that can go back and see for themselves and fight anything that's going to be contradicting what's going on the ground, and at the same time sharing that information firsthand. See what's going on, and I'm going to take you to the next level of understanding is, when it comes to the Israelite and the Jew community. I don't know how many of you went to Israel, but I went to Israel. When I went there, I saw a transformation, no less than any big city that you can think about in the world. They achieved it in 60 years. In 60 years, they put everything they can, build the country, bring the people from diaspora, and as well the diaspora aspect of it was is still, not was, but still a very strong community. So sometimes, even though we know the issue, as African, 54 countries plus another one, which is the 55th state is the diaspora that lives abroad. We have power, but we lack unity. Because as a diaspora, you're all over the world, but at the same time, creating small communities by bringing all the other African nations together. Not just the Ethiopian community, the Sudan community, but again, even if you form to that level, all these communities should share information and be diligent to help the continent. The unity of the diaspora will make a strong comeback for Africa. Because Israel, at the time, if it wasn't for the diaspora community, a very strong community, all these fundings that they received, all these uh, different things that they do in order to build the country, is because of the unity of the diaspora. The diaspora having the same mind with no division, the universal language that we all should understand, and is it's very important that all of us should be united in the diaspora more better, and actually will have a strong unity in the diaspora, because we don't have any local government that's going to stop us from doing what we know what's best for Africa, as unity, as united. And we're looking at from science, technology, healthcare, medical, engineering, name it. There's so many, but these are the one that we cannot argue about. And the politics, you just put the differences, and we let other politicians that are experts also to get involved into the political views and suggestions toward the continent. So we have very specialized people all around us that we need to take advantage as diasporas. I always ask, are you really willing? Are you really willing to do what's best for Africa? In order to do that, one assignment is to find all this community that are across the globe, outside Africa, and start talking. Conversation is where it leads, and you walk the talk. And our unity will be stronger because we don't have an African government that we're going to adhere to. We just want the best for Africa. We being in the community outside, there's no fear of persecution or any retaliation. You're doing the best you know for your Africa. And nobody's going to stop you from thinking better things for Africa. Not the leadership on the ground, but only your conscience is the one that's going to balance your truth and the progress that you're trying to do for Africa. I had one on how knowledge isn't enough and needs to be paired with action. If all it took was knowledge, we would be all billionaires with six-pack abs. I was one of what poor dad, rich, poor dad, rich dad thing. It's true. It's not just about knowledge. It's also acknowledging that you have Africa out there that needs your help. It's very important that we understand that. Without it, yes, Africa keep harvesting, selling, not getting anything in return. Basically, including the Africans that are out there, the African talents will be harvested on the specific talents: science, technology, healthcare, medical, engineering. They're all going to look for those. They're all going to be looking for a brilliant African out there. Oh, we'll give you a scholarship. They'll find a doctor. Oh, we're going to give you this, and you can come abroad. in order to stop this kind of migration. I call them very vicious migration and selfish migration from the state that's sponsoring it. But we need to keep the opportunity for them, bring the opportunity to the Africans that need that opportunity. So our unity in diaspora is number one because again, Africa need the finance that has the talent. 26% is entrepreneur. They cannot get the fund in the World Bank, IMF. If they do, they give them little small peanuts. But again, anything that you really finance for the issue, you're just going to have to divide it up by $100 trillion. And you'll see how much that the country is being given. The rich gets their loan almost to 0%. But when it comes to Africa, 5 to 10% that they have to pay as an interest. And it's very scary because sometimes we're going to have to ask, how am I going to repay that? What part of my country they want to take if I defaulted? There's a lot of things. But if we, the diaspora, form this community, a strong community that goes from east, west, north, south, Africa, everything in between that covers, and each community, they think of one thing, is how to help my African continent, my continent. This is where the discussion starts. This is where the brilliant leadership is going to come out. Those of that never been in Africa and you're still in diaspora, please come and visit Africa. Come and visit Africa. Feel it for yourself. And I'm talking about all Africans. Come back and look at it for yourself. That's how you can help. All these exaggerated narration, all that is not going to work anymore because you're going to bring that information back to the diaspora community. Hey, I've been in this country. This is what I saw. This is what I need. Then what you do is you collect the most important things and efficiently how to fund it or how to help it. With that in mind, and when we start investing in African affairs, we start putting the funds to help that specific issue. It's like 53 other, let's put it this way, 54 other countries are focusing on this one country that have this problem. Can you imagine how much fund we can create? We have a lot of things that we can do. So the diaspora has to be unified. The diaspora has to start talking. Talk to the Kenyan if you're Ethiopian. Talk to the Somalian if you are Sudanese. Talk to Eritrea if you are Egypt. Why not? Because it's Africa. We have to communicate with each other and how to help. Because all this fund that I'm talking about, believe me, is not going to come from the World Bank. It's not. So when it comes to the government, again, I'll go back again. When I say governments, are those G20s and all government, they have to consider and make sure for the G20 is no longer but G21. That should include Africa. Again, like I said, they're living off 1.4 billion people unrepresented because they divided it. So they figured they're not united. But we got a African Union, and we have a chairman for the African Union, and that chairman should represent Africans, and it has to be inviting them systematically every year. African Union and the African Union to be the 21st country, because again, like I said, EU has its own seat on top of their own representation. Okay, so we have to be looking at this 1.4 billion, and by 2030 we're going to be 2.5. So if they don't decide to make African Union part of the G20, which is G21, they will they will leave 2.5 billion, and that's a crucial. Actually, it's just ignoring everything, and we're going to decide, and that is not going to be. This is not going to be cool. It's easy to say, but it's going to be very brutal as the African grows, and as we grow, we're still going to be growing a little bit forward, because Africa is awake. Africans are awake. They know exactly what they need, what they want from the country, and what they want to do about the country. Right now, every African that I know in in our community, and now what I'm so proud of is like, yeah, we're Africans. I love it. I just love the fact that they say I'm African. Then when they say, "Oh, we're not in Africa," that's when the question started. So first, we're Africans. Then, if they ask you which nation, sometimes people are curious. Then they say, "Hey, I'm from Ethiopia. I'm Eritrean. I'm Nigerian. I'm a South African, Angola." Like Mika said, pronounce it right, because they need to hear it from us. We're the only one that's going to be introducing our beloved Africa. So within the next 2, 3 years or less, this G21 has to happen, because basically G20 is going to be disconnected from that one continent with 2.5 billion people. And eventually we're going to be minding our own business and doing what's best for the country. And within that time, our diaspora find this unity, this discussion, and be financially secured onto what's going to happen for Africa and helping Africa. Then we have to really fund our own AU as a next step. The diaspora should finance the AU. No other entity should influence AU. The same thing, like I said, the UN has to be funded by all nations. That's when you don't have no bias. And actually, there are a lot of programs that are out there that's supposed to be implemented, or they're in the chapter, in, in the charter is there, but they lack resources because of funding. So they'll be focusing on a different area rather than concentrating on what humanity needs. So again, these two entities has to be funded. The United Nations should be funded by the nation members. The AU has to be funded by the nations. If they don't have the fund, then we're going to have also the diaspora that can bring the fund. Just like I give you an example of Israel, the way God, the way they financed it, we can replicate the same thing. The only thing that we got to do is commitment. We lack commitment. We have to be committed. In order to commit to the future of Africa, unity and networking is imperative. We need to have that. If you don't, we're still going to go back, unfortunately, to another form of colonialism, and especially we know what's going on right now. We're still trying to decolonize our mind, and that will continue. For me, at this point, enough is enough. We have to act, take responsibility, and make sure that you are working for Africa, but not Africa working for you. You have to work for your continent. And each Africans abroad are also accountable, watching on what's going on, doing nothing about it. Don't be scared. You live once in this world. A good fight is always a good fight. So our fight is for unity. Our fight is to really understand one another. When I see you in my comment section is how loving you all are. This is what we need, the unity to understand, to talk, to make sure that we have an understanding where we're going. Okay. One of the thing that I look at is the magnitude of development finance. You know, and I touched base on that. It's like while the rich getting 17 billion, and as well, the rest, when it comes to the poor country, they have to pay high interest, unfortunately. Um, and there's a question when the G7 met last time there on this last month, and when they were talking about, okay, we are committed to put $3 billion toward education, UNESCO kind of said, wait a minute, this, where this number come from? Because UNESCO said the minimum that you need is $30 billion. The minimum. It's not even. It's not. It's just the minimum, and they're talking about $3 billion. Sometimes I wonder where they get their numbers, and we all have to understand now. The world is talking in trillion. Now we're talking. What we see is significant loans that's been given to Africa, and squeeze you with all the interest. I think if the diaspora itself put that money, wouldn't the interest reinvested back to Africa will do a lot more good than those sharks that you have out there, literally ruining people's life, a country life, the whole country, the whole state, unfortunately. And the other thing that, uh, you know, what's his name, Jeffrey, what is he again? He was the guy in the SD Research Institute, and he said one of the things that he wants, during the COVID, where everybody has the vaccination and everything, and hoarding the actual vaccine. But one of the things is to make China, Russia, European Union, UK U.S. to sit down and start talking about how to share this vaccine from the world, which they didn't. And they just hoarded, and a lot of African countries could have done it. They could have used it. And that thing has also expiration date, unfortunately. But they just hoarded. They didn't come to Africa. It's supposed to be coming in. When the South African president asked for $100 billion worth, they said, "Oh, $30 billion is good for you." It's like they're talking about it just for the whole of Africa. The funding is $30 billion. What we need, minimum of $100 billion, just to have a distribution of this vaccine. I don't know if you guys remember. There's also a negotiation to give us at least the recipe or the uh, material that we need to make our own vaccine. The state that was pending because they want to hoard it. It does not help the humanity. We have each of us as human. We have certain etiquettes, certain ways. Like when it comes to saving life, to helping the needy, to visit people that are in need. This is African. Each African has that built-in sympathy or giving hand mind. That is in Africa. You're not going to find it in such a way. You'll find it other places, but in minimal. But the whole Africa is built that way, helping one another. And I see a lot of the issue that arise, the controversy, because we are very gullible, we are very welcoming, and they took advantage of that when it comes to colonization, because they had fear to come to Africa. We were not sure. But once they know how to divide it and conquer it, that's when we lost the war. We don't want it to happen, but still the agenda is being pushed upon us. It's amazing that the count in the world, we got 2,700, almost 3,000 billionaires, top billionaires. Okay. And when you combine that, it's about $13.1 trillion. So when you look at where the rich are and where the poor are globally, there's definitely an imbalance. We're talking in thousands. They got 13.1 trillion. I wish they were all Africans because we wouldn't be in this predicament. We would have been on another level. So, in this, put my invite to all of you. Anybody that would like to join me and discuss further, uh, here's the. I'm going to post the invite. on the link. I'll send the invite link. So join me. So I'm just gonna another one. Just give me a second for that, and anybody that will join me, I really appreciate that. This is some few things that we have out there, uh, and Mika did a fantastic work on a lot of the clip that we have. So let me get you a little cheetah.
In a competition for speed, no land animal goes faster, and not even a Ferrari can match the acceleration of the sub-Saharan wildcat called cheetah. Sequoias were built for heights, eagles for flight, and cheetahs were built for speed. A cheetah can charge at a maximum speed of 130 km per hour and can accelerate from 0 to 103 km per hour in 3 seconds. Cheetahs are known to have a taste for interacting with safari cars and have been seen to make entrances in safari cars without wreaking havoc on those on board. On hot days in the savannas, preys take time to mock their predators. These zebras have just found a sleeping lion, but instead of fleeing for their lives, a strange behavior comes to display. They stand and stare. After all, what is this life if full of cares? We have no time to stand and stare. Even a mother brings her calf to the sightseeing party. They stare, move to a better angle, and stare some more, and once they've had their fill, they walk on, leaving room for other zebra tourists to close in. It's a calculated risk, however. They know a lone male lion on a hot day is as good as a useless pile of lazy meat that is better off sleeping. For today, they have other things to fear, but this cut is a sightseeing treat.
Yes, there's a few clips that Mika did, and I'm very grateful. And I like to show them off because it's a lot of hard work that's been put in, and also I want to talk about the GoFundMe, and we still need more in order to achieve the 25K euro. And I want everybody to share this information, and those that have been contributing, that's been with us all this time, and putting more, donating more. I want to thank you on behalf of Swahili Nation One Africa, and I thank you yourself for doing so, because it's you that makes the difference. And as a unity, it's us that's going to have this office. It's going to be the office, a very, very important office, that we're going to be doing a lot of things within the office as having the address. There's a lot of other opportunities that we can put in there, but this is very important. Again, donate, donate, donate. Share this information. There's a lot of people that not getting this information, so I really appreciate that you share that. So our next agenda today is very kind of thing that I really want to talk about. It's about the African veterans. Mm, That's a there's a lot into it. Just like any military personnel. He's been ordered to go fight a war. He comes back injured. Uh, Maybe they go through his first aid, help them out. Some of them lose their limbs. They don't have the opportunity to furthermore uh, prosthetics or different other things, or the financial help, because it's us as Africans to honor our veterans, because war is going to be there, but is how we're going to be taking care of our own. How can we help? It has to be, again, a recognition of our military personnel that being sent on any war. It can be a corrupted government at the time or anything, but a soldier get the order from the executive branch, which comes from the president, prime minister, can be anybody. At the end of the day, when he comes back, and especially when the uh, the region or the leading party changes, if you consider the old regime to be a criminal, now all the soldiers that served under that regime become criminal, and where they get also neglected, and some of them lose their pension, some of them lose their dues because they were from the previous. A lot of stories out there. But my question is whether there's a regime change or new change, this military force is still there. It served the one yesterday and is serving the one that's today. So the one is alive and well will survive it, but the veterans, they're forgotten, or they purposely forgotten. So we have to honor our veterans. It's our duty to honor the soldiers that fought for our freedoms. No matter what the condition was, they are soldiers, the African soldiers. They've been ordered to go to war and they came back injured. And those that died, may God bless their souls. But again, we still have accountability to help those soldiers. A soldier is a soldier. A soldier is a representative to defend his country. No matter what political party reigns in or out, that soldier is always a soldier. So I want to honor all the African soldiers that passed and as well that are alive. May God bless you all. And those that died, may you rest in peace. For those that are injured, let us be the one that's going to be the helping hand also and still honor you. You sacrificed everything to defend your country. So if we don't defend that, when I always talk about food security, national security, if we don't honor our soldiers, we won't have no national security. We become defenseless. But I'm very sure, deep in our African hearts, those that defend our country, our military servicemen, they should be honored to the highest. I'm talking about this because there's a lot of other issues, including in the West. You have certain issues in the veteran affairs, but Africa can be categorized the worst. It does kind of discriminate which region and which era you served, and things happens. And a pure example is in Ethiopia, uh, because that's where the example comes. Is that the people that served in the Derg era, and they are veterans now. The new TPLF era came, they've been denied certain benefits that they should get because they were considered as criminal as the old. And I believe if we have a good veteran program also, we encourage the well-standing military personnel that whatever that happened, that we are behind them. We support them 100%. No matter what the region is, a soldier is to out there defend this country. We don't talk about it a lot, but it's very important. And that's how you're going to build a very strong military, by taking care of our own. We take care of our soldiers will do it tenfold, day and night. That support gives them strength. And I promise to all soldiers, military personnel that defend the country, I honor you, no matter what the case is, because you've been given an order, you executed the order. In between, when you came back hurt, and we should take care of you. You've done your part. We should do our part. And so, before we talk about a strong military build out in Africa, let's take care of the one that are there alive that we ignored. It's not just once a year appreciating the one that defended the country. It should be every day, because that veteran lives every day. It's not once a year. Every day, when you see a soldier, salute him, appreciate him, acknowledge, because he's not alone. That's one of the issues that I really want to talk about when it comes to the African military veterans that bled, died, injured, and came home in some way, somehow. And also, the one that went to war, come back. There's a lot of psychological trauma that cannot be ignored either. They still need help on that. And so, if you're an African, please honor all the African soldiers. And that is a very important mission to all Africans, whether you live in the diaspora or in the country. Honor your soldiers. And the other thing that I want to attach with all this honor, we also have technology that pass through the military. And the more we support them in the advance in the military technology, that technology also can serve the local. Just like simple, like I said, like the GPS system. The GPS was a military. Then what happened now? The whole world is having have a GPS system where they can go from one location to another location. That's an example. The cellular world came from the military, from the radios and all that. All that technology comes really when it's well funded. It comes from the military because they always want to improve communication. They always want to improve the armament. They want to improve so many things. But in between, when they create that mind of creation, because this is the respect that we give them, so they'll do due diligence and deliver something that's going to be very helpful in return to the population. So it has a lot to do also with technology that they come up with. The funding itself and help them in that domain. This is how we're going to build a strong military system, and that will give us an opportunity when it comes to defending our continent. Let's start there. The other thing that I want to talk about is the most. Oh, the architect joining me um, is about the human trafficking. That's another issue, big issue in Africa, and it's always been undercover. But before I get to that, I want to welcome my my brother, the architect. Liz.
Yes, Biggie, how are you?
Well, thank you so much for joining me. Doing good. How are you?
Everything's blessed, man. Everything's blessed.
We do God work, right?
Yes. God's work full time, everything else part time.
There you go. There you go.
I just wanted
It's
to
awesome.
give a little input about something that I learned today, actually. But it concerns also what you're talking about there, about building a nation, protecting that nation, uh, solidifying um, our ideas, aspirations.
Hmm.
Our solutions, solidifying those solutions so that we can engage as a collective, which is what will build back pride in our people
Hmm.
when we engage um, our our problems as a collective, not just as individuals looking from the outside. As a collective, bringing solutions from the outside. I mean, from the inside. Sorry, as a
Right.
collective, bringing solutions from the inside. And one thing I learned this today from one of my favorite Pan Africanists. He don't call himself a Pan Africanist. Actually, he calls himself an African internationalist. um, he has his reasons as well. It's Omali Yeshitela. You guys should Google his name because the FBI just raided him last week. This is an 81-year-old man
Hmm.
who uh spent his whole life struggling for African people. He used to be with Huey P. Newton, literally, like physically with them. Um, he used to be around Huey P. Newton them, and he was a part of what his name is again. He was a part of Martin Luther King's student nonviolent SNCC, I think they called it. And can you hear me, Biggie? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Oh, you can hear me all the time, right?
all the time. I
Okay,
just
good.
put myself on mute.
Okay, no problem. So here are the four things that builds a nation. A nation can be built without these four things, according to Stalin when they was solidifying the Soviet Union. Four things: one, a common language; two, territory; three, economic life; and four, the psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. Culture, not religion. Culture, not religion. We can cultures can amalgamate with other cultures. Religion is a little bit different because they have certain like strict rules that can't really change. But culture always rub against other cultures always, and that's how people evolve. And what that's was his last thing that he said. There must be a psychological makeup manifested in a common culture, and this can be implemented through media. And also something I've also realized, also found out a couple of days ago when I was reading this book by Edward Bernays called The Manipulation of the American Mind. Everyone should read that book. It's a short book, but it shows you the reason why a lot of people are cognitively dissident. A lot of people have cognitive dissonance. Why? Because our situation is being induced. It's being induced. It's not just something that's just happened, The world didn't just happen, It's being formed by people who understand the mind, how the mind works, how propaganda works. The fact that African people are seen the way they're seen everywhere in the world, it didn't just happen like that. It's a constant propaganda that tell people in Saudi Arabia that it's okay for them to have African women from West Africa and East Africa and South and North Africa as slaves in their place, take their passports and things. They get away with that because of propaganda. And
that's exactly what I was. My next topic that I was going to be talking about is the human trafficking. And I'm talking about African human trafficking, where they all get out legally per se, but when they come back, they come in an illegal form of shape. Either they are paralyzed, either they're dead, or they're not. They're in prison. They are all over the place, and very specifically, like you brought up, to Saudi Arabia or any other Arab countries, because they feel stronger having a black as a slave. Literally, even though they say they pay them, some of them you don't know. Some of them get paid, some of them don't. So continue, Rich. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So what I was saying is that a lot of times, you see, we need to start digging from within deep, and we need to start ASAP to understand the world around us, and not understand the world how we want it to be. That's irrelevant.
Right.
Understand the world how it is, and then you instead of us constantly being reactive with how we deal with the problems that are coming our way, we can create the environment where the mass amount of our people, the critical mass amount of our people, head in a certain direction. They think a certain way, they feel a certain way. When they see one of their brothers or sisters outside in the diaspora in pain, they don't just look at it and just think it's nothing, because that could be them. We have to create the environment around where we want things to happen, instead of just saying what we want to happen. Going head first into our problems, not knowing, not writing, not putting out any schematics on how we're gonna solve the problem. First, we stand from a distance, using whatever tools we have, and we begin to induce the solution to these problems, so that the people would move in the direction you want them to move to, without them even knowing that they're moving in that direction. That's what propaganda does. Propaganda must be used. It's not a bad thing. Don't make them put in our head that propaganda is a bad thing, because whether propaganda is used by our people for our people, or by someone else for their own greed, it's gonna be used either way.
Right.
A next thing that I have to say about this topic, I was talking to someone this morning about the same thing, and I was saying to myself, is Africa is like a pregnant woman that the whole world don't want to give birth. They don't want Africa to give birth. And I put this analogy there because when a woman is if a woman is taking too long to give birth, you have to induce the labor, otherwise that can kill that woman. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Africa is like a woman that's pregnant, that's been pregnant for how long, and the world is strangling her so that she does not give birth to this newborn baby that will change the world. But I think that our job now, especially as people in the diaspora who understand how these people think out here, our job is to all the tools that we have to induce that labor, induce it, create the environment where this African woman can give this can give birth in peace. And then that's just the first part of it. That's just the first part of what I call the revolution, because a baby don't just born and you just let them go unprotected and you don't feed them and those things. You have to protect that baby. You have to feed that baby. You have to make sure that baby is well until that baby can grow up by itself and take care of its own self. That's that's the kind of idea that we need to start putting in our heads. Not the individual anymore, but the collective. We have to think about it like a woman that we have to help give birth.
Right.
And to me, I see triangle as the same thing. I'm gonna have to go in like 2 seconds, but I'll just end this and say.
Yeah, before you go, I just want to also because that was it's so amazing. We have this Xavier, that brought you in the panel, because the next one that I was gonna play on the brand, and it was the triangle. So let me give that for you. Um, for those who don't know Ridge Francis, he's working on the software, and I'm just gonna have a little demo on what he's working on, and this is the benefit for all Africans. So he's still in the work, and we're looking forward for the first. Where are we before you even play that, Ridge? Ridge. I know Ridge is making injera. He's at work, so he came in, and here's a triangle.
You want to support independent economic movements around the world
Sorry,
but don't
Biggie,
know
did you say
how?
something?
Welcome to Triangle, an independent social economic network right in the palm of your hands. Check on the progress of the projects you are interested in. Watch live videos of the projects that you either donate to or are interested in. Comment on the project with your friends, or contribute to the project while it is live. Check the hottest business plan submission all around the globe. Get an instant update on new business ideas that are submitted through our unique submission system. Upload content about your own business progress. Start a live video to show the world or pictures of your progress. Get personal with the people that had contributed to your project, and also to the people to whom you have contributed to. Search the globe for all the active projects to see what you might be interested in. Start engaging with the future. Sign up for Triangle.
There you have it. The architect. He's the architect of Triangle, Ridge. Can you say something about it? Ad and where we at? If you're still there. I know you're at work, but definitely, keep you on. You can come in anytime. So let me share again my invite. Make sure that
I'm still here.
All right, I
I'll
know
be,
you're there,
yeah.
and I've been telling everybody you are right in the middle of work, but at the same
Yeah.
time, I said if you can give them a little bit more feedback where we stand, where we are with Triangle.
Oh yes, I'll tell you in a. Let me tell you in a few minutes.
Okay. All right. The architect is Ridge Francis. He's responsible for the creation of Triangle. A long dream to come true. No, still working hard on it. So people start logging in. But I'll let you hear from him. And whenever he gets time, he'll jump into the conversation. So, what we were talking about earlier is, you know, when I talked about African human trafficking, and then I just want to define who is this African woman? What's her value? You know, or how can I define her? So for me, I defined her a little bit simply: strong, loyal, loving, nurturing, love her country. This is where I just put it out there, you know, because I see all this straight because I see my mother, and of course everybody has a mother, and the fact you're there, uh, you have a mother, you can talk about your mother and what she gave you, nurturing you, loving you, and bringing you to the world. And then when you have this kind of trafficking, whether they're legal, illegal, some of them cross the deserts, risk their lives, landed in certain areas that they're not supposed to be in. We don't even earn anything back from them. Some of them were successful to land somewhere else. But again, when Africa started losing her women, uh, it has an impact. We think it's small because really 1.4 billion population is nothing in Africa because Africa was represented as a small map. Africa can include China, include United States, Europe, India, and Great Britain, and more. That's how big Africa is. We are unpopulated. On top of that, we be taking our women and never to see them again. Sometimes that's an issue for me. Understand? There's a labor that's needed in the world.
Yes, Biggie. I have a few minutes again whenever you're ready.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you wanted to know about triangle, right? Update.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So we added some new features. So um, it's hard coded at the moment. It doesn't um use you based on your location anymore. That's something that we will add in the future because it's a lifelong project.
Right.
Uh, so we added some new features. So now I could tell you the latest news that's happening anywhere in the world where you are in the world, um, by just like checking the trending stuff. These are our placeholders though. All the information that will be in there will be information that concerns us in the future, not concerns anyone else.
Right.
Um, but we also need to know what's happening in other places of the world as well. That will also be considered and added in as we go on. Um, but yes, I've added some new features. I've added the upload feature that I was thinking about adding all the time. That one's done. Uh,
Hmm.
the last thing I have to add is the authentication features, but uh, I'm working right now on the software architecture itself, not the coding, because I met some other people that I met in some other groups, other Pan Africanists, other people who wants the best for Africa, don't care what they have to do for it, and they are helping me to formulate an actual like patent, because that's what they do. But
Mhm.
first, before we have the patent, you can't just patent the idea like that, especially when it's software, because it's not nothing that's tangible. So what you have to do is, I'm sure you know this anyway, but for the other audience, what you have to do
Mhm.
is you have to make a software architecture, because a software architecture is unique to your software that you can
Mhm.
patent.
Right.
So that's what we're working on right now. I thought I probably could release it to a handful of people in the summer still, end of summer still, but they're cautioning me and releasing it before we actually finish the software architecture, because the plan is to create that software architecture, get
Right.
get get on our way to a patent so that I could work on this full time. So when you guys are talking
Mhm.
to me here, I won't be able to
Right.
say, I won't have to say, give me a break. Let me go back to this, or let me go back to that. I want to be able to work on this full time, because I'm want to work on this for the rest of my life.
Right.
So the sooner, the better. But I've been patient for the past 8 years, so I'll just keep being patient. But everything is going as planned. For everyone who's waiting, I didn't forget you guys. Honestly, um, I threw myself into this water without even thinking about how deep it is, because I know that it has to be done anyway. But it's deep,
Mhm.
guys. It's deep. So and it's a serious problem that we're trying to solve here.
Right.
So just be patient with me. Everything is going well. Everything is going as planned. So just be patient with me, and we should get you soon.
I can't wait to get the beta testing.
Yeah, man. I can't wait
I can't
myself.
wait to get in there. And this is for those new audience that's gonna hear us. As you saw the demo, uh, can you say something in a nutshell? How much is going to improve in the African diaspora's living, on
Mm.
how it can all? Do you think this thing is going to have some sort of way of igniting that unification process?
Of course, of course. That this is gonna be one big giant step
I want
for
I
Africa.
want the audience to hear it from you.
This is gonna be one big giant step for African people all over the world. All over the world. Um, it's gonna be that solar panel that collects all our energy, stores all our energy, and strategically we distribute all our energy. 1 second, someone say again. Oops.
As you hear, Ridge is passionate, and there was something that he said. This is how passionate Ridge is. Ridge, when he came into Swahili Nation One Africa and trying to incorporate this software to help all Africans in anywhere in the continent, in the diaspora. One thing he said, I never forget. He said, "When I die, I want you to bury me in Central Africa, which is Congo." That really fascinated me. He just wanted to be in the center of Africa. So that means his mind, his thought process is all about Africa. It's all about a beloved continent, Africa. And the way he said it at the time, it was so overwhelming. We didn't even know about the triangle yet. There was the introduction on that day. But the first of the thing that he said it was that if I die, bury me in Central Congo. And he didn't uh, chose my country. He didn't choose. It's just the center happened to be in Congo. if you look at the map. So when he said that, really, I said to myself, I'm not alone. I have support from all my family here on Swahili Nation, all the hosts, Mika, Professor Israel, Professor Israel. We talked about this, and we found it very deep of a person, of who he is and what he wants to contribute for the mother continent. And that is not just impressive, but he also delivered the demo showing us what he's working on. And as you all witness, he has nobody financing him. He's financing himself. He's got a lot of great people that wants to help him and work on this development. And for real, it's a time that we need to discuss about moving him to Africa. And if this office, so be it. If this office is created, you know, we'll ask at Ridge, maybe he's going to be one of the residents in that office. It's something that he's working on, some tool that's so useful for all entrepreneurs out there in Africa to plug into a system and being able to find big brother, big sister, and on top of that, getting the finance they need. If we got, for example, we got 1 million uh, diaspora really that want to participate in this. We're talking about when you talk about diaspora in general, in global sense, is about 220 million people that are really outside their motherland. Okay, and then let's take about 50 million will be the African diaspora. Out of 50 million, you got 1 million. Okay, and you have a project that really dire, that's going to help in his environment. He comes with a project and he established that project and put it on Triangle. There will be people that's going to look at the idea and how they're going to be preserving it and how to keep it as an African. People that's going to be vesting on this kind of project, they're going to be vested within Triangle, first of all. They are truly helping an African within his project. Once the project is submitted, the selects of investors, big brothers, big sisters, would select that, and they become sponsoring that young man, that young woman, to help her achieve her dreams. And that dream can be replicated. Remember McDonald. McDonald's is some Ray Kroc. Ray Kroc came in with a shake machine, and the way he dealt with McDonald's, they were burger, fries. He said, I'm going to add on this value and have a share. Whatever they deployed at McDonald's, there will be a shake machine that goes along with it. By the way, Ray Kroc is one of the Business 101 courses in universities, and how he ended up by franchising all the McDonald's. So that means if we have some ideas like that, that's going to come and help other African countries, in fact, within the continent or outside the continent, if it's going to help, what's going to happen is, at the end of the day, you need a finance. We cannot shy out from the finance. Again, if you look at the Swahili Nation GoFundMe, the funding that you're putting is on an organization, a nonprofit organization, but a working organization for the people, by the people, for Africa. Nothing else. This is not about profit. This is about a foundation that truly believes of the unity of Africa, will be the other legs that can voice about African affairs. As an organization, we land in this office. It's like a bright star that happened in Africa. And that's the beginning. We want to replicate the same thing we did in Tanzania for the rest of the continents. Not only the continents, it's going to come to the diaspora world. Where this community that I'm talking about, the unity about this community of the diaspora, can now say, yes, there is an office in this region. It's all about demographic study, the availability studies, which I've done extensively, and where to place those offices. Once these offices are all over the world, we're all interconnected. You can walk into an office and say what you have to say, deliver the project. You can deliver every information that you have about of your help to the African. I'm just giving you a thought. This foundation is going to be built by us, not different entity. I know we will have certain interjection or certain blockage and everything. Africa is not new for that. We're going to prevail. We'll be the one also that's going to be voice for the African Unite. We're going to push on important subject that need to be executed on the highest level. That'll give us time and people that can write specifics and submit those projects. This is big. This is huge. It's very important. We're going to be working on this over and over, and we'll perfectly put it on the maps on every cities. That's the next level. So it's up to us to be strong enough to build this first office, execute it the way it's supposed to be executed, and see the progress, because it has to be self-sustained also. We'll put things that are very important, even informational commercials, whatever that is going to be, it's going to be pertaining the continent. There's a lot of work behind it. So again, when I say donate, share this information. We need to reach out. We make sure that we share this information for the Swahili Nation One Africa office to be built and established in Africa, in Tanzania right now. Ridge, you back? Ridge? All right. I think it's still working, and I'm just gonna play. I want to make sure that everybody listen to Mika messages, because great messages for Africans, and we're supposed to share them. All the blogs, everything that he writes in there has an amazing documentaries. I said, "No, I'm glad you joined. I know you're coming at last, but I'll put a invite in here. It's good to see you. And if you can join the panel, here you go. You got Ridge that joined me already. He's in the middle of making injera, so he'll be in whenever he's available. So, family, I'm just gonna play Mika, and that's what it is. The truth about Africa. We are 3,000. Let me refresh. Sorry about that. Before I even say that, let me refresh. We are 3,086 euro right now, and please support, donate. And here's Mika.
The world that we are living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write, right, their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth, this is who you are? For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that still small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There are still, there's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everybody, everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of us, that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day, because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. The lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West. Don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Angola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Angola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. David Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria. But that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? You know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. I told you that the Congo Kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola. And then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done, they didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies began all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. Today, Africans, we are struggling with identity. We're struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages. And we're still struggling with that. We don't think we are one people. We don't think we are one family. because of someone else who had its own interests to divide and to conquer Africa. And it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because we don't have our identity anymore, because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then and who are still allowing it to happen even today. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power, and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we are not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, losing our identity, and we are not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, there are countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora. Africans all around the world, and they are our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. The world is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen Africans say that. Who said that? White man. He said that. Oh, you guys, Africa, you are a developing country. Oh, us, we are a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, like the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years, because Africa is the only continent that has everything, like name it, everything we have it in Africa. Is the richest continent in the world. We cannot be free until we're in charge and we are in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positivity about Africa because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positivity about Africa. We want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today, we're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that. And we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.
Well, you heard it from Mika. And powerful words, work in progress. It shows you where we stand. I want to welcome today Asnakach Tamene. Welcome to the Diaspora Talk show with Biggie. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Asnaka, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
How are you doing? Welcome to
I'm
the
good.
Diaspora Talk. Okay. Tell us about yourself.
Me, Masnakish from Ethiopia, Addis Ababa.
Excellent. So you've been following us for a while then, huh? Because I saw you coming in and then drop off the call. I don't know, maybe it's the internet connection.
Yeah, because of that.
Yeah, I realized that, and I put you on a private chat.
I wonder,
Waiting.
do you remember me?
Yes, definitely. I remember.
Okay.
So how are you doing today?
I'm good.
ሁሉ ሰላም ነው?
ሰላም ነው፣ እግዚአብሔር ይመስገን።
እና ፕሮግራማችንን ተከታተልሽ አይደለ?
አዎ፣ ላይቭም ባይሆን እንትንም ቢሆን አየዋለሁኝ ካለፈም በኋላ ቢሆን።
እና የዛሬ ታፒኩን እንዴት አየሽው? ምን ኮሜንት አለሽ? To the audience, speaking to
ለጊዜው የለኝም ኮሜንት። ለጊዜው የለኝም ኮሜንት። ልስማችሁ። አሁን ገና ነው ጆይን።
አሁን ያለው ምንድን ነበረ ዛሬ ያወራሁት ስለ በአጠቃላይ እኛ አፍሪካኖች ዲያስፖራ ላይ ላሉት በተለይ ምን እንደሚደረግና የተደረገውንም በሌላ በወሬ ነው የምንሰማው። እዛ ሄደሽ አገር ውስጥ ገብተሽ ራስሽ በራስሽ ማረጋገጥ አለብሽ ለሚወራ ማለት ነው። አንደኛ ነገር አገር ቤት ስትገቢ ብዙ ነገሮች ይቀየራሉ። አየሩ ልዩ ነው። ህዝብሽ ጋር ነው የምትቀላቀዩ። የምትጠጪው ውሃና የምትበይው ምግብ ራሱ ከዛው አፍሪካ ያመረተችው ምግብ ነው ባለሽበት አገር ማለት ነው። እና አስተሳሰብሽ በሙሉ ይቀየራል። እርግጠኛ ነኝ ይሄን ለብዙ ሰው እኔም ሄጄ በመጣበት ጊዜ ብዙ ነገሮች ይታዩኛል መደረግ ያለባቸው፣ ግን እስካሁን ድረስ እኔ የለወጠኝን ነው እንጂ ሀገሬን ለመለወጥ ያሰብኩበት ጊዜ አልነበረም። አያለው፣ አስተምራለሁ አንዳንድ ነገሮችን፣ ግን እንደዚህ በሰፊው አይቼው አላውቅም ነበር። አሁን ግን በሰፊው አሁን we talking about the whole continent. Basically, I was telling Snakich what we discussed about the Africa that I want to see. Anyway, and she will join on how we can do certain things and comment with that. So in short, I talked to her about going back to Africa as diaspora. Things, your mind and everything has changed on how you see Africa. and pretty much you'll have a good idea. Before, when I used to visit the country, when I go back home, I enjoy my stay. I don't want to leave sometimes, actually, but you have to leave anyway. Uh, Make some injera, okay?
Yeah.
but but again, just the fact that I'm there within that limited time, I come back rejuvenated. I'll come back with different perspective in life. What you saw now and what you living in, you make a good comparison, and that comparison itself is nothing to compare. But the benefit is high for me for being out there in my country. That's the benefit. There's no comparison. I cannot compare it. But, but I can compare things that I'm missing in the diaspora world. Okay. In the diaspora world is work, work, work. Uh, Life and work pretty much are not really well organized. Company hires you for 8 hours a day, but you end up by working from 10 to 14 hours a day sometimes because you're just on salary and you're gonna have to produce. But what I noticed in Ethiopia is you have time to enjoy your family. You have time um, to really go and visit. And in fact, you'll go to their offices and visit a person, uh, and he'll ask you if you want a chai or macchiato. I mean, they have they have this different way of doing business. So family member, customers, it doesn't matter. Very hospitable, um, and something that I see different how Africa operates from Ethiopia perspective. So usually when you see that, you don't take it for granted. You just appreciate uh, that person that you visited took some time of his work time, give you a time to just chat for, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, and you got your cappuccino or your macchiato, and then you just go on your way, visit somebody else. So that's different, you know. Uh, they, they they operate more lax, and nobody will stop from somebody coming. Hey, that's my uncle, that's my brother. He's out of states, and a lot of people that you meet within that environment, in the work environment, they all welcome you. Everybody wants to get you something. If you want coffee, water, very the hospitality is high, even in the work environment, which you don't see here. Okay, in the West, you're at work. There's nobody visiting you unless it's an emergency. Somebody's picking you up or something. So it's a different environment. And so you appreciate more because when somebody's taking time from his work time and still give you that time to say hello to you and explain to you his way of work and stuff. It's really nice. The only time that you get in the West is when you have bring your daughter to work or bring your son to work, something like that. Bring your children to work, and that's once a year, and that's going to be just your immediate family, which is your son or your child. There's some orders, so that they start really coming in into showing the kids what do you do, where you work. Basically, they're telling you, don't worry, if your dad is working 10, 12 hours, is because of this situation that you visited. So the kids won't be disappointed, put it that way. That's how I look at it. So, in that aspect, uh, tell us a little bit about you and which part in Ethiopia you live, and what do you see from Swali Nation on Africa? Um, any suggestion, any change that you want us to do to make things a lot easier?
Do you want to know about me more?
Yes, just in general, and you being you said you follow Swali Nation online and offline, so which is great.
Yes. Yes, I follow you since I joined the WhatsApp group.
Right.
since I joined the WhatsApp group, I try to share what I read, especially which focus on the issue of Africa. Even if I didn't get connection live, I try to see or hear on YouTube. And that's
I see
it.
on the WhatsApp group you share some informations.
Yes,
You know,
yeah, I'm trying.
your belief in this sharing. How do you see the response of your other fellows Africans when they see your video that you shared or information that you shared? What's the response you get?
Yeah, I remember I heard if I heard anything negative or the wrong information, especially about Ethiopia, I try to challenge. You know, I don't know these days in Ethiopia. I don't know. It's the issue. The issue we do have a lot of issue, which is the challenging issue. It's the reality, even the reality is so challenging now. But it's double burden to share for people's the wrong information. The reality it's already it's a burden, a lot of burden. We do have a lot of burden, and we do have a lot of issue. I don't know, people's that's by itself is challenging, but people it's add on it sharing wrong information that upsets a lot me, and I try to challenge and those from the reaction also. Since it is a wrong information, everybody supports. Yes, this is wrong, and they supported me. And the other is I feel very happy when try to share like videos concerning especially Africans about Africa. So people, I saw some comments. Yes, people, it's they see it. I feel like that. I saw some reaction concerning that video. Well, I try to follow this way, especially if I know something, the information, the evidence, and if it's mistakenly quoted, I try to react. And people's reaction is positive, I think.
Okay, as Nagama sister, you are really, really brave, and I see you on the comments and everything else. That's what we need. But it's a happy family. It's a family, and there are differences, and those differences are dealt with communication. So this is great. So I really thank you for really putting everything in God and sharing those information, because that's what we need. We need our families, you know, and you are part of family. So we do what we got to do and listen to each other. I have to
Even
welcome
the
Senu
comment
also.
one day when I try, I don't know, our prime minister, it's saying, I don't know, it may be deliberately or the understanding may be different. One guy understand one thing in in different ways, other in different way. I don't know the reason, but it's the direct thing also mistakenly interpreted. So I try to react, and you say, I remember you. So you say, thank you, Asnagat. I remember this. And even you had a discussion with live. I didn't join that time, but I saw it was also it was part of the discussion. I remember this.
Nice, nice. Thank you so much, Nugget. Now I want to welcome also. Hold on one second. I want to welcome Sanu. Hi, Sanu.
Hi, Biggie, and everybody else.
Welcome to.
Thank you so much. What are you guys doing? Miss you guys all. Been a while.
It's been a while, exactly. Even as Nugget's been in and out trying to join, and she keep dropping. So finally today, really, right now, she got connected. I have also Ridge from
Hi, Ridge.
the architect of Triangle, and he's at work, as you know. But anytime that he's got the opportunity, he comes in and drop in and give us some of his comment. But you met Asnaga. She's on the WhatsApp group too.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you, Asna Kitch.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Asna K, right?
Asnagaj.
Asnagaj.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
You can call me Asni, in short.
My mom's name is Asli.
Yeah.
Similar, right? Asli. Yeah. Asnagaj. Okay. What does it mean?
Asnagaj is kind of I'm trying to really have. No. I'll tell you shortly, because right now you just questioned me right at the point.
100 meters. Turn onto.
I love to know the meanings of names.
Street Northwest.
Yeah.
It's about people. People wonder about her, like, I don't know. That's not good.
I know sometimes it's hard to translate from, like, from the mother tongue to English. The words, right? We can't find the right words.
Okay, you're on a race. Okay, let's say you're on a race, and you're racing with this lady. Okay, and she wins, and then you turn around and you said, "Hey, this lady Asnagaj. Asnagaj means she left everybody to dust. Basically, it's a winner."
Okay.
In the general sense of it, it's a winner. Asnagaj is a winner name.
Beautiful name.
You know the word manak? Manak.
No, what does that mean?
Huh?
Oh, so what is that? How do you pronounce it?
Asnagaj. Asneka malati.
Okay. When you're looking when you're looking down, right?
Next right, and then left turn.
So I know the Senu is driving. I hear the GPS go.
This lady's talking. I'm going to turn it off. Yeah, there you go. She's interrupting the session.
So, Sanu, were you listening on my part of discussion today?
I was in the back. I came in late, but I was listening, and I just couldn't comment.
Yeah. Basically, I was talking about in general. It's like in general sense of the conversation is to bring more diaspora home. You understand? And it's not, Ethiopia did the first round this year. Last year it started. So we want to really encourage the diaspora to go home and visit, because the narrative that's been out there, all the fake media that you're gonna have, and versus what's going on the ground,
Yeah.
it's totally different. And in fact, once you land in Africa, it changes. That's one topic. The next one is the understanding of Africa should be on G21. It's not G20, but G21. 1.4 billion people has to be represented. In fact, the AU chairman can represent just being there because EU has a place in there. Other than the rest of the countries, EU as an entity has a place. So we, as an Africans, we should be represented within the G21. The other one, I talked about the military, the veteran, that we should honor our military in Africa, no matter what regime that you work for, who was the prime minister or president that ordered you, because the military service
Mm-hmm.
is always mobilized by the executive office, which is the prime minister or the president. So when the prime minister or president changes, it doesn't mean that the soldiers change. The soldiers are still there. You understand? So you cannot criminalize them and then take out the benefit from the veterans that served their country just because they were on the other party and they were under. They've been not respected and honored because for whatever reason they're always gonna listen and take orders from the executive office. So in general, in the diaspora world, all the African military service and women, we owe them respect. But because they still defend the country and they represent Africa, so they're defending Africa. So we should honor them. We should give them respect and make sure that we motivate them that we are all behind them, whatever the decision that the executive office takes. Because at the end of the day, soldiers and their job is to protect the country. That's one. The next one that I talked about is the human trafficking, the illegal. I didn't go too deep yet, but I just start describing what is an African woman, and that's where I stopped because, as you know, Rich has to come in and out just to explain us on where he's at with the Triangle software. So this is what we talked about in a nutshell. So Snaka joined, and you're next.
Yeah. I mean, those are heavy topics.
Very.
Heavy and important, right? I just feel when we say we want to join, so you said like you want to join the G20, right? Because the G20, it's like a club. It's a rich boys club, basically, but countries, right? So African joining that, or I mean, Africa as a like there's many countries, right? I think the problem is we need to focus on before joining all these groups, the Western groups and all these, because really, even if you join, you're like a guest. Everything's already set up. They work together hand in hand, So what my question is like, how would it benefit other African countries joining the G20? Like, what is the benefit to Africans, right? Like they have the G20s in different countries. Personally, I don't really pay attention to them. It's good to know what's going on, but I mean, they're doing what's best for them. All these European countries, and you got the China in there as well. But overall, it's like these people, these countries that have high income and they're powerful, right? Because of their military, and so forth, right? So, do you not feel like first we should look within the continent and take care of our affairs and be strong as a continent, and then we can join these other groups? Because I think we need unity first within ourselves, like to do business with each other. Like Ethiopia doing business with Kenya, Kenya doing business with Uganda. They're doing it, but just on a larger scale, right? Having the allowing the people, like when we say let's come home, and I agree with that. I love that. Like we should all go back to Africa, not necessarily the country that you come from. I would say go to any African countries, because unfortunately some countries they won't even allow you to do investments, right? They won't allow you to do things there, even if it's your country, because of the law or the way the country is run. So there's like 54 countries in Africa you can prosper and do many things and help, because at the end of the day we're all Africans, right? Of course we want to invest in our individual homeland. That would be, of course, the right thing to do. But keep in mind, especially to my East African family, that we can prosper, explore anywhere in Africa, because Africa is for Africans, right? So I just feel like we need to fix our house and build that unity, be strong as a continent. And then if we choose to, right, if it's in the best interest of the country, of the continent, then yeah, because right now we don't even have our own military, like as a continent. Other countries are coming in, using our base, using our land to do what they want to do, because they're giving them money, short-term benefit. So they're giving them the fiat money on the spot, and these leaders, so-called leaders, they're just accepting it, not looking at the overall value of what's happening. And I feel like the diasporas have a big part to play for sure. If anybody's watching the news nowadays, what's going on in Europe, even in North America, there's a lot of chaos, and the chaos is going to continue, and a lot of the land is actually is drying up as well. Rivers and things like that in Europe. I don't know if you guys following other news channels and what's going on, but it's not looking good for them. So, and a lot of them are actually, again, this is not being reported, but they're buying bulk of land on the continent, whether it be like South Sudan or other places. They're like where it's like lush and green, and easy to grow crops and things like that. They're grabbing it. They're taking these lands, leasing it for 99 years or whatnot, or buying it to look after their people. So what are we doing as Africans? What are we doing? Because it's not so green in the West anymore.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the basic for the what that G20 means. G20 is a world largest economic that meets regularly to coordinate global policy on trade, health, climate, and other issues.
Mhm.
Well, 1.4 billion people that not represented in there. That means the G20 will really put whatever they decide on Africa.
Yeah.
For me, I'm playing a checkmate because I'll have a representation from Africa. That's going to say, nope, you're not going to play on my backyard. Nope, you cannot do that. This is going to be against the Africa. You has a policy. And at the same time, what did we benefit from G20 in the past? Everything that they're going to do is talk about the, let's say, the example on the financial crisis that happened. We're not getting any finance. If we do get finance, it's going to be at 5-10%. And like I said earlier, it's $100 trillion economy global. Anything that you receive divided by 100 trillion, and how much do you get? So for us to be in the G20 first, I mean 21, that country that you're talking about, the 99 years lease and ravaging in certain leases that they're doing, okay, they're talking about it. So the fact that we have, In fact, in G20, there are African leaders like previous leaders like Tanzania, Ghana, and Ethiopia represented. South Africa was there too as guests. You understand? But again, the the effect that happened again is to eliminate because they resisted. So if I got G21 as African being represented, because really we are the largest economy. It's just that we're not. They, they just suck it onto our resources and that's it. So we're supposed to stand there and have this discussion, and that actually will give us not from a country base, but as a unite Africa to begin with under AU. We know AU has been funded most by EU, but the information that we receive during that conversation, the fact that you have a representation, the dynamic change. They can be all rich, whatever, but at the end of the day, it's going to come toward Africa.
But
And
Biggie,
someone has to represent Africa.
no,
That's
why? Okay. What I was just gonna say, what you're saying is all is valid and it's great, but let's be realistic. We don't, even if you when you come and join these, first of all, they're not just gonna open the door for you, right? So why are we begging to join all these groups? We don't even need that's why our mentality has to change. We don't need to join all these different Western organization. We need to start at home first, because even if you join those, you will not have a say. Even African Union, yeah, we have African Union, but let's be honest, does it look after the interests of the people of Africa? Are they speaking against things that are happening on the continent? No, they're not really, because they're being funded by the AU, sorry, the European Union, in the West as well. So so they delegate what they should say and what they should put money towards and so forth. They'll do a little bit here and there to show that, oh, okay, you know what, we're doing something for the Africans, but really they're not. Like, look what's happening in Congo. Look, even like what's happening in different parts of Africa anyway, in Mali, different. You don't see them speaking up for the Africans. So the African Union is not the African Union that was created in the 1950s, right? It's completely hijacked, and we need to be honest about that. We need to be realistic about that. We don't really have a say how things go, and it's not that Africa doesn't have money. Africa has resources, has oil, has everything, but they don't it's not being managed properly. And so if like, my thing is, if the diasporas that have money, like have multiple businesses, even if they put their foot and their their voices with the African Union and even sponsor the African Union and so forth, I think that would be a game change. Because right now we have African Union as a name, but it's not doing nothing. Like, look at those people that like, remember the Africans that were killed trying to was that Morocco? Not Morocco.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Morocco.
Was that Morocco?
Yeah.
Okay, they were trying to
go to
Spain, right? To
right.
Spain, and it was like over a couple hundred Africans, young Africans. And what happened to that? Like, what did we hear about that? What's the consequence for the Moroccans? I thought they were Africans. They just killed them like a bunch of animals. So, and what did the African Union do about it? The head of the African Union just put a note and nothing really. You know what I mean?
Right. What I'm saying, you brought the point. Okay. Why is the African Union weak? Why is it?
Why is what?
Why is it African Union weak when it comes to this kind of?
Why is it weak? Because of bad leadership. The guy that's in office, he's not even like for the Africans. He has he's very close tie with France, right? He was sponsored by them. There's a lot
every year there's a new one. This one is
Well, I think the guy that's sitting right now, I think isn't it every 2 years or more?
yeah. If I'm not mistaken, it's a year.
Okay, because he just got into office last,
Yeah,
I believe this year or
right.
the year before. Yeah. So
What I'm
and
saying is,
nobody wanted him. Nobody, remember, even what's her name? Chambori. She was the previous African Union represent. She's from Zimbabwe but married to a Ghanaian.
Dr.
A doctor,
Arikana.
Arcana, yes. She wanted to run for it, and they blocked her. You know what I mean? Because they know if
right.
she was going to get, she would have made some change. She was trying to get the diasporas together. She was very vocal. You know, she's the one that pushed to notify or give knowledge to people what was going on, what France was doing to the 14 West African countries. They had their freedom, but not really. All the stuff she exposed, right? So they blocked her. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying to you. Who's funding them? It's not. There's just a bunch of weak people, to be honest with you, that don't even have.
Okay.
I don't think they even love themselves or love that. They just. The thing is, the other issue is capitalism. Everything's. There is some benefits to capitalism, but the way things are going, like even if you look at what's happening in the West, it's like some people will make it, and majority of people will not, right? So it's only the top, like the 1% or whatever, that's going to enjoy life, and but the rest of the 80%, 85, 90%, yeah, we're working, we have mortgages, we have but it's loan, right? So you're racing, like in the West, life. Someone might have a car, a house, but really, it doesn't mean they own it. It's just a loan. But the good thing, at least about Africa, no matter whatever you have, you own it. It's not like a loan, right? You own it. That's the beauty of it, right? So I think there's a disconnect, with capitalism. Does it work for Africa? Personally, I don't think it does. It does, because even in the West, if you look at capitalism, look at so much issues. There's a lot of people that are homeless. There's a lot of people that are struggling to make ends meet. Just because we have nice roads here and whatnot doesn't mean life is great. Food is expensive. Everything's becoming more and more expensive. And we don't grow our food here. We go to the supermarket and buy it. So there's GMO in the food. And it's not even healthy. There's so many issues, right? So we have no control over those things. But as a diaspora, if we go back, take our whatever money saving that we have, buy land, grow, you know what I mean? Start, because Africa is very green, and then just leave that fear behind, and because you know what? Look at it this way: when you left Africa, when you came to the West, you barely came with money, right? And you were able to work, pay rent, all these things, and you worked hard, right? And then on top of that, you have kids and this and that. So why can't you do the same thing for your own continent? We have to change our mindset, because it's not going to be from the top down, and we need to stop wanting to be part of these groups. Imagine if Africa was developing, they had the right mindset, and we were all doing, each country was pushing their citizens to do better with education, farming, all this stuff. We can trade within ourselves. So when we become strong with each other, then we can go out and say, you know what? We can do business with the West. We can do this. We can do that. But at least then we have a say. We're not gonna just bend over backward for them, to just do it whatever they tell us. Because right now that's how it is. They dictate everything, whether you like it or not. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So how can we strengthen? Okay. By the way, the AU chairman is elected every year. Okay. Every year there will be a new chairman. But at the same time, is it good for 1 year term or have 2 years term?
I think the 1 year is good, because especially the one that's running right now, every year, because you want to see what he's about, right? If he's not doing anything, like, put him out. And then I think more young people, because
How
the
about
African,
if he's good or she's good?
then, well, you get a chance to vote again, right? So she can run again, or he can run again. And if they're
I
doing
don't
positive
know.
things, right?
We need to dig. I think we need to dig more on that information. But you know, if somebody is doing a good job in the vote of that. But again, we got a 1 week, a week AU, because even the member states are not paying enough on their dues. Okay, and then we got other entities that comes in to help, saying, okay, we're going to help you. But when you look at UN itself, their
Mm.
budget is $3 billion. So that means they're not even representing all nations. They will swing to whoever is going to be funding them. Okay, and you understand where it's going to be influenced. It's not going to be after the UN passes a resolution, and if it is working against the West, and if it is something that's going to be questionable, like we
And,
saw in
and,
Africa.
and remember, who created the United Nation? When was it created by whom? It was not created for the benefit of Africans. It was not benefit by Africans, so it does not benefit us at all. You got the
Actually,
United Nation. You got like
United
no.
Nations got created
You
after
look
the
at
Nation
Congo.
of
No, no.
Nations.
Yeah, look at Congo. Like right, like they've been there for the last, I don't know, 20 years. The United Nation. They
Mhm.
and there's been evidence where they're looting Congo themselves. So what have has the Congo how what benefit has the Congolese people have, like what is it to show for it? So this is proof itself. We need to stop playing the soft thing, and we need to be militant. I'm telling you, like if that's not
Exactly.
gonna
That's what we need to do.
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
this
confront the guy.
nice guy, whatever, it's not gonna
Yeah.
happen. It's gonna work. It hasn't been
You,
working, it's gonna work. Right?
you, you guys,
Yes.
you have these sisters talking. That's why we need some of these sisters on the front line, because they know exactly what needs to be done. They know exactly
Hmm.
what needs to be done, and a lot of men too know. But I was even listening to Dr. Arikana this morning in a video when she was saying that when the British wanted to take the golden chair from the empire that they had in Ghana. What was the empire called again?
I remember.
Anyway, that empire, when they wanted to take the golden chair, the men gave up and said, let's let them take the chair, because if they don't let them take the chair, they're gonna kill all of us. It was the women who stand up and said, hell no, over our
Mm.
dead bodies you're taking this golden chair, because this golden chair is the embodiment of our people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is so right. And even we need to stop playing games with these people for real, because the United Nations came out of the League of Nations that abused the world,
On
during World War I and II.
right.
That's where the United Nations come from. And we should not also forget that it was when Mao Zedong was free in China, they had to fight against this United Nations to, do we know that?
Hmm.
Mm.
They sent in colonial soldiers under the disguise of the United Nations into China.
Mm. See?
Mao Zedong had to fight them, and I've come to the conclusion that African people, any organizations that come out of Europe or the Western world that begins with United, it begins
Excellent.
with World, it begins with International. They are all criminal organizations that
Yep.
are coming into Africa, especially under the disguise of unity and sustainable development. And they're doing this under the disguise of the United Nations and the World Economic Forum and the International Monetary Fund and all of these industries. They have locked Africa into a mode of production that have us suffering everywhere you see African people. It's a mode of production they had locked us into. They can't be trusted. They can't be trusted at
Right.
all when it comes to, but we must also be skillful.
Now,
We must also be skillful in our politics enough to mingle among them, to see what they're up to, but still have our eyes on them. And also, one more thing is that Africans have to find out where the meridians are in Africa. And when I mean that is that where are the choking points? Where are the choking points for imperialism? One of the choking points.
Hello, my people. The architect.
hold on.
Go
Hold
ahead.
on 1 second. I can fire.
Go ahead,
Uh,
architect.
Yeah.
I wanna also to welcome Marie Antoinette and I can fire, and let Ridge finish, and we'll go from
Okay.
there. Oops, Marie
Yeah.
Antoinette
Oh
dropped.
yeah.
Go ahead,
It was the Ashanti.
Ridge.
Yeah, it was the Ashanti Kingdom that they tried to, that when the women had to stand up. when the man had given up. But anyway, what I'm saying is that African people all over the world have to start engaging with Africa. Look, find out what the meridians are in Africa. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the choke points. I'm talking about the choke points of imperialism that's bleeding Africa. Find out where they're getting their resources from. Find out where it has to travel to go to, and find out how we're getting out of Africa. Those are the meridians that we need to find out, so that when these people don't listen to us, we find out where they are. We find out where the resources are. The uranium that's coming out of the Sahel is feeding France, while our people are in darkness every night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So find out where these people are getting this uranium from. Find out where it's traveling to get it out of Africa, and start to build the capabilities to tell these people, if they don't stop this madness, that we're gonna start destroying some stuff.
You want me to tell you where the meridians is?
Hold on, Rastaman. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Find out we have to start to engage with Africa. We can't just say, oh, these people are robbing us, and these people are doing that, and these people are doing this. These people are doing this because we are allowing them to. People only have as much power over you as you allow them to have power over you. This is what I'm learning. These people are so scared of us coming to unify ourselves and being one continent, one nation with one destiny, because they know once that happens, their destiny is over. They don't have light to read anymore, because they can't get the uranium like how they used to get it anymore. So we're stuck in a mode of production. So we need to find out where these meridians are, find out where these choke points are. Do you know how Iran has survived 40 years of their revolution? It's not because Iran is this superpower that's gonna destroy, that have mutual assured destruction with these powerful nations. It's because Iran have what they call the Straits of Hormuz. It's a choke point. It's where 30% of the world's oil comes to. If they mess with Iran, they blow up every ship in that Strait of Hormuz, and no one gets oil. The oil prices rise to like unprecedented levels if that happens. That's a meridian. That's a meridian for the Iranian nation, for them to hold the rest of the world responsible when they try to threaten them. When they threaten them with war and nuclear blasts and military operations and those things, when they kill their scientists, that is what the Iranians use to make sure they keep the world into place so that they don't destroy their civilization. And that's the same exact thing we can do, because there's a choke point right by Eritrea where they have all of the oil that coming from through the Straits of Hormuz to go over into the Mediterranean. They have to pass Africa to do that. That's where Eritrea is. That's where Djibouti is. That's why they have so many military bases in Djibouti, because it's at a choke point. It's at a meridian. So when we get serious with these people and go back home and start organizing ourselves, because this system is crashing, The system is crashing like right before our eyes. The next 10 years, I don't even know if the next 10 years is gonna be on this system. And Dr. John Henry Clark always tell us, where do Europeans go to solve their problem every time they have a problem? You see the Russian them thumping them in the eye right now. The Russian them thumping them in the eye right now. And they're having problems. They don't even know where they're gonna get oil and gas for this winter. So where you think they're coming? They're already building oil channels from Nigeria right now, all the way down in West Africa to come up into Europe right now to replace the Russian gas. So you see, they're coming again. They're coming like savages, like the scavengers, the bottom feeders, lobsters that they are. They're coming down again to take what is ours, so that our people could stay in darkness while they're up there talking about them a first world country, and they don't know nothing about humanity. They know nothing about humanity. And if we want back our humanity, we're gonna have to change this relationship that Europe have with us, not as individuals, as a collective, as a continent. We have to change that relationship that they have with us. And then we have to have the capability to threaten them when they don't listen to us, because what they're taking is ours and not theirs. I'll leave it at that for now.
Wow. Thank you, Rich. I can fire. Welcome to the Diaspora Talk show. Thank you so much for joining. It's been a long time. I don't know where you've been hiding, but it's good to have you.
Hello, my people. Well, you know that I talk a lot, so I try not to impose myself a lot. You understand?
I
So,
understand. I can fire, but because you're passionate, you know that nobody can take away from you. That I know. You're passionate.
of course, and respect for that, because um I take great esteem in that type of qualifications. You feel me? Yeah, because I hate soft black people. I also hate black people that don't see just primary stuff like, do you want to fight for yourself and your people? Yes or no? You feel me? What would be the answer? And why you stuttering? You feel me? How you is a man and you stutter about defending yourself and your people? You feel me? These type of things. How come we don't accept logic? You feel me? This what is messing me up. And to me, about with the architect, I respect what you saying. You feel me? In terms of finding these choke routes, but I'm not sure that gonna be the issue. Not totally, because it's like this. You have the answer because you said we are doing it. So that's where the choke is. Where how do you stop our minds? How you corral our minds? You feel me? How do you, because it's we who is doing it. So the real choke point is get into our minds. Because you see, the colonizer, he has put enforcement for 500 years in terms of trying to control your mind. So a lot of us walking around thinking that we have autonomy of our minds and have and we are the ones who's doing what doing the thinking. You feel me? And some people see these things as impossible for some other object to formulate your thinking. You feel me? And until we get to the understanding that I could be walking around actually senseless, you feel me? And do you get it? Are you gonna seek out things? You feel me? And there's a lot of roads in this world. You feel me? And that's where the confusion come in, because there's a lot of roads, but it's which one to take and how to do it. You feel me? So I'm saying that's why we have to influence education. It is the paramount plan. It's like you can drop everything else. Drop securing the gold, drop securing the diamonds, drop securing all of these material things. Drop it. Just don't think about that. We all, whoever we are, should um focus on changing these are adding African consciousness to these curriculums. You feel me? I mean, I'm grown, so I've seen the years pass by with a lot of us trying to um secure the material, um trying to trying to be individualistic about um things. You feel me? A lot of us not is like not trying to approach any type of change in these curriculums. You feel me? And I'm just saying, like, we actually going against the grain if we doing that. You feel me? Because it's like they are like it's like a conveyor belt of idiots coming out every day. You feel me? every day, every year, they have a conveyor belt of crazy people who can't make proper decisions. You feel me? Who don't know who they are, never studied history, don't know nothing about history, don't know nothing, don't know if anyone has done their people anything or not. You see me? So they don't know who is good in history or who is bad in history to take a side. So these are the things, and I'm saying this, if people are not idiots, if people be hearing who their enemy is, was, and is, you feel me? By the time they grow up, they'll go with it. You feel me? The thing why they idiots is because nobody knows by the time they're 17, 18, nobody knows who is an enemy. Nobody knows what their people suffered through. You feel me? And then they corrugate some stuff in the world that nobody cares. And these things is what's destroying us. You feel me? Um so you understand what I'm saying? This is the point where we need to be at, where we where we because you have to look at this. It took 500 years to make us start giving away everything without conscience. Like we give away our gold, we give away our diamond, we give away this, we give away property, we give away this, and neglect our own people. You feel me? You know, we could be taught to do the opposite. You feel me? So these are the things that I'm trying to say about what's going on today and the solutions. You feel me? I think there's no solution until we take over the curriculum of Africa and the Caribbean. Um, I'm not sure what Black Americans gonna do about the curriculum, but they try and homeschool. You feel me? But go ahead.
Yes. We hear you loud and clear, Agapar. I just don't want to interrupt your thought process. Um, and I want to welcome Marie Antoinette. Uh, she was the first one that joined on the comment section, by the way, as usual. Marie Antoinette, welcome to Diaspora Talk.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Antoinette.
Hello, Empress.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
I am always very happy when I see the members who are currently on the panel because I think at least there's still some hope. When I saw the murder of the physically disabled Nigerian son of our soil in Italy, and I realized that the Italian ambassador to Nigeria was neither summoned nor asked for an explanation. It's simply the Nigerian ambassador in Italy just told the community there to remain calm, and that was the end of it. His widow was left sobbing with I am assuming no hope of justice. And I am saying it doesn't matter to me, how passionate Fire is. His passion is justified because this incident showed me that there are too many castrated men on the continent who will not protect us, not defend us, will leave widows sobbing with no redress. We need Fire. We need him. Thank you.
Well said, Marie Antoinette.
Damn.
Well, anybody that wants to add on to this?
Yeah,
Sanu?
Yeah, I agree with all the panels what they were saying, and especially because sometimes what Antoinette said, sometimes people that speak out, and even sometimes I feel like I have to tone it down a little bit because it's not being matched with with who I'm talking to, or they're not there yet, so they look at me like I'm crazy, or like, oh, this she hates the other race, but it's not about hating.
Empress,
It's just it's
Empress,
about,
Empress,
yes.
you know how nasty these Arabs are? Do you know how filthy their mouth is? Not because they talk in Arab, we don't understand. They are some filthy mouth people. I think they are the creators of filth, filthy mouth. You hear?
Yeah,
They
I
are
mean,
the rudest
I
sons of bitches I've ever heard. You
okay,
feel me?
now you started. No,
Agafar,
Oh,
Agafar,
oh,
I got a
hold
subject
on.
for you.
Easy,
hold
Westerner.
it, tame it. I mean, I don't disagree with you because I look at our sisters that, like in Ethiopia and Eritrea, they go to these Arab countries to work to help their family. They take their passport away. They do anything with them. Like they're not they're very inhumane people. I think I'd rather deal with the whites instead of the Arabs, to be honest with you, because they
Oh, all
are
right. If
very
they do those things
cold.
in action, sorry,
They're,
go.
it's fact is fact, right? Very cold, inhumane. Even look what they do to their own people, right? And they hate us a lot. I think they hate black people. I'm not saying, I can't speak for all of them. Of course, there's a few that are good in any race. There's good people, obviously, but on average, how they treat our people, you know, how they had, like, I remember like watching this a year and a half ago. They had like a small building, and they had cramped immigrants, like Ethiopians, Eritreans, like from Congo, from West Africa, different parts of West Africa. They were trying to pass over to other parts of to Europe, I guess, right? And they had them cramped in Saudi Arabia, in Libya. You know, this is like recent, right? And it's like basically they're trading them like slaves. And I don't know how our people don't see this, or why don't, like, because I think the Africans generally, we have a good heart. We're very kind people, but I think we need to, like, I think part of the reason is that the Africans that are on the continent are traveling, they don't see what's going on, what the Arabs are doing. They don't
I
see,
want to
they
say
just
this.
see money. They just see, okay, I'm an opportunity to make money. I have an opportunity to do this, right? So they don't know, like the people that live, like the Africans that live in the West, the Caribbeans, we're all Africans anyway, but all the different melanated people that live in the West, since we are with them, since we see it, we see, like, not everybody's awake, but we see what they're about when you work with them. We see, like, they're very close with each other. They don't sell each other out. But us, we're so quick to do that. And of course, because we've been divided, we've been colonized, all these things, we've been given religions that are ours. We've been given so many things. We've been given idols that are that's not ours. It does something to your mental state. It does change it. It does something to you, obviously, right? So it's like we've been taught to hate ourselves, you know. So a lot of people are coming to realization that, okay, I need to undo what I've learned, and a lot of people are not there yet. They still want to assimilate. They still want to be, because they think the white man makes the money. They have everything. So if I'm closer to him, I'm going to be wealthy. They think they're the nicest people. Yeah, they give you that smile, that murder smile, but they'll stab you in the back. So they don't know these people. They're not kind people. And it has to do with the education system in Africa as well, because like you said, the education system, it doesn't talk about our history, doesn't talk about the colonization, before colonization, what Africa was and what these people did to us. We're still practicing Christianity that was given to us, right? So, like, all these things, even the president are doing their prayers, or, what I mean? They forgot where they come from. They don't, you know what I mean? So as a whole, the people have adapted, the people of Africa have adopted something that's not theirs. So that was something that was given to by others. So how do you
And
expect these people to grow
then you
together?
ask why we make stupid decisions. Go ahead,
Huh?
Emperor. And then people ask why we make stupid decisions.
Right, and it's all in the mind. See what you said earlier. How can we find these chokehold positions and get them, like use that to our advantage? We can do that once we are elevated, once we are to like mindset has changed, and we actually respect and love each other. Now we're not fighting because you're this tribe or that tribe, because you're lighter skinned than me or that, or because you're, this and this and that. So all this nonsense, right? We need to put it to bed and first like embrace each other as a people. I think that's it's happening in pockets. There's a lot of changes. There's people going back, opening, Pan-African school, like all these things are happening in pockets, but we need to have it on a bigger scale. We need brave leaders that will make change, and then the people need to stand up and speak up and support those people that are trying to do that.
Yeah, the other thing, Sanu, you touched point a little bit of what's going on in the world, in Europe and in the U.S. and everything else. All the droughts that's coming, the heat that's heating up, and fire and all that. It showed me is a part of something that has been done against our people. Our people have been crying for a long time. Within that's a state of mind. At the same time, Marie Antoinette said something beautiful yesterday about the black state of mind. What kind of people we are? What is our value? Marie Antoinette, I don't know if you recall that conversation yesterday. I tried to join you on the recap, but the session got ended a lot quicker. Marie Antoinette?
You mean about the fact that people don't usually see foreign policy as an area in which values should be taken into consideration? That I was talking about foreign policy and the way people have not negotiated with Africa in good faith. There's been a lot of, I would say, lack of integrity in these negotiations.
There you have it. That's it. That's the key point that she put yesterday, and I tried to join right after that, but I couldn't. The session ended. But again, overall, I always said, keep the enemy close. Got to keep the enemy close. You learn a lot of the strategy. Whatever that comes to you, as long as you get informed, you're aware about it. One thing that we have to really be strong when you take office on any offices in Africa, the integrity, the maintaining that office integrity, and everybody is safe. It's very important.
Yeah, see, I was going to say, as long as long as the people, right, as long as, like you said, integrity, compromising, taking under the table deals and all these things, as long as those continue to happen, and then corruption is a big thing. But corruption, yeah, they say it's a big thing in Africa, but it's worse in the West. It's a lot worse. It's hidden, and they bring into they write into law. So it's corruption really, but they bring it into law to say, okay, this is the law because it's for humanity. For this, they give you the reasoning to protect the humanity, the people, just like they did with the vaccine, which is a bunch of balonies, right? So it's like as long as it continues to be that way, it's going to be hard for us to grow as a people. And so we need to call out. We need to speak out on these things. When things happen, we need to be brave and speak out. Like, we cannot say, okay, one Africa, this and this and that, but then when it comes to our individual country, we're silent. We're just quiet about it. We're not even speaking against it, right?
I'm glad that Mali is going the way they're going. I'm
Absolutely.
like passionate about it. You feel me? And when I see ECOWAS, how they is, I'm sure I'm like, man, these people are the worst. You feel me? I'm saying these people are the
People
worst.
asleep. They're
Hold
asleep.
on.
They
You see
yeah.
the 49 soldiers they caught in from
Ivory Coast.
Cote
I think
d'Ivoire.
it's Cote d'Ivoire. Okay.
Yeah. They should have killed every single one of them.
Yes.
None of them should be alive right now. You see me? Because you are another African country. This little sellout little bitches called Cote d'Ivoire. You feel me?
Rastaman.
Every day they licking out French men ass. You feel me? And disrespecting our people. You feel me? And thinking there's no consequences behind it. I think they should be invaded. We need to invade all North Africa. I need to reactivate the Bantu expansion in Africa. You feel me? Because people taking us for fools up in this bitch. You feel me? A lot of people, they're not taking us serious because we have them walking around in our shit like we don't have no ownership of this shit. You feel me? Right now there's a little white boy, right? I see him on some videos. Some Africans maybe eating dogs and selling dogs and shit. He's in Africa rescuing the dogs.
Why don't you
I'm
go to
just
China
saying.
for that?
What?
You see, I'm just saying. You know, no, I'm just saying. Isn't that white privilege though?
Rastaman, can I say something?
100%.
Rastaman, that is what psychologists
Yeah,
call
yeah, go ahead.
cognitive dissidence. Cognitive dissidence. It's a real
Yeah,
disease, you know.
I
It's a
know
real
that. I know
it's
that.
a real it's a real disease, you know, to look at reality in one way and come out of your house and behave in another way. That's a serious disease, you know, that we have as African people, you know.
I know.
We see people do things to us. We see it, you know, we see it with our eyes. And
Yeah.
then they put us in a situation where they tell you you can have a peaceful protest. A peaceful protest is not a protest. That's just begging. You're just begging your oppressors to treat you a little better. Going from one master to the next master to the next master. I just
No,
wanted to.
no, that
Huh?
word that you said, we are strictly under cognitive dissonance. That's why I said that people have said, okay, our country is now independent, but you think you not colonized. If you me, I'll be like, what treatment did you get for
Exactly.
what treatment did you get for you to say that you are not colonized anymore?
Exactly.
Who proclaimed you? Who proclaimed you decolonized? You
And
feel
you know
me?
what? And you know what? No
Who
one
did
should.
that?
No one should. No one should. I know that this gonna sound bad for a lot of people who live in Africa and hold their national identity close. But I don't believe any African country or nation that's filled with African people should ever celebrate anything called independence, because we were not slaves. We were enslaved. We were free before these people come and enslave
Yeah,
us.
but
So what should we even
yeah,
celebrate? None of that, any of that.
yeah, I really get that too. You feel me? I really get that too. But
Also,
they really saying they get freed from white occupation. You
no,
feel me?
no,
Because
no, no.
their independence is getting away from white occupation.
You know
You
what?
feel me?
Think about this. Just think about this, and I'm not gonna take too much of the other people on the panel time, but just think about this. We have Africans right now all around the world from the country called Cameroon, the country that was named after shrimp when the Portuguese came there and found shrimp for the first place for the first time. So you have a country filled with people in Africa that's walking around the world calling themselves shrimp because they're free. They're calling themselves shrimp, and they have a flag to represent the shrimps too, you know. That's what they call independence.
Yeah, but we are called Jamaica. We don't know what that means,
Yes,
and
but I'm trying to tell
and
you, brother. Listen,
hold
I'm
on,
trying to tell
wait,
you.
and we have a X. But listen, man,
But do you know? Do you? Sorry
all
to
of those
interrupt you.
symbols.
I'm just
Go
saying.
ahead.
Do you think the Cameroonians people know that? Majority of
But
them,
that's the thing. That's the
right?
thing. So,
They keep them busy fighting the English and the French. Like, you know what
yeah,
I mean?
yes, but
So
that's it. But why? So why do they? That's the thing. Like, what are the leaders doing? Why do you have leaders? Why are they there? They're
wait,
there
the
to.
leader of Cameroon has been there for how long? Like 40 plus years?
I don't know, but what
Yeah,
I'm saying,
he's been
what
there
I'm
for 40
saying,
plus years. He doesn't even live in the country. He lives in France.
exactly. Do you see what
But
I
how
mean?
can? But what I'm trying to say is, how can we get African studies, Black studies, to be mandated in the curriculum of the ministries of education?
Okay, Rastaman, let me say something. Let me say
How
something like
can
that.
we do that?
I'll try to answer that question, but I think that there's something more important that's missing before that can happen, because
I'd
you see,
love to
whoever,
hear that.
yeah, honestly, because you see, whoever controls your finances, whoever control your economics, they're controlling everything else.
What you gonna do about that? What you
Exactly.
gonna do about that?
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm trying to get at. So here what my opinion is.
Go.
This is my opinion, because when I was reading, I think I told you guys before, but when I was reading some of Karl Marx's work, he talked about how quantitative change equal qualitative change. You see, the education system needs to change, no doubt about that, man. That should be the first thing. But it can't be the first thing if someone else is going to control our economics and how our resources are being priced and shipped out of the continent. How are we going to pay our teachers so that they can teach Swahili across the whole nation, the whole continent of Africa? We can, without having our own resources, where we can have money. And a next way to do this, without even without the resources, is that the diaspora can come together. There's 170 million of us out here. We can come together and pay these teachers, pay them to go there and teach
Look
Swahili.
here. Let me tell you something.
Uh,
Um, Caribbean dude. You see
yeah,
me?
yeah,
Me a Rasta. A long
yeah.
time we understand these things.
Okay.
You see me? A long time we understand these things. You're not gonna get anything positive from a bunch of idiots. Yeah? You're not going until you change the mind, everybody gonna remain stupid. You see me? So just let me tell you this. Your financial value, the money, the trust you put on financial value is what you call it, futile. You feel me? It's like you running down your shadow. You feel me? I'm telling you.
No, no. Listen, listen.
Hold on, wait. You have, you obviously have no idea what a rich idiot can do. You feel me? You obviously have no idea of that. You feel me? Listen, man, you cannot do anything without a team. Now, you smart, fine, you smart. How can you guarantee that about the other people? How do you guarantee these things?
No,
You feel me?
I think you misunderstand
So,
what I'm
no,
trying
no,
to
no,
tell you.
no, no. Hold on, wait, man. Listen, we are dealing with, okay, say Africa. We are dealing with 1.4 billion people. You feel me? That's who you're dealing with. You feel me?
Mm.
Now
So
you
I have a
think,
question for you.
no,
So
no,
what's the solution to what you're saying? What would you
I'm trying to
recommend
tell him that.
to be on the
I'm
continent?
trying
Like,
to
you
tell
know,
him that.
how can we change these the people's mindset
So that what I'm trying to tell him that
from
if
the
you
ground
gonna
up?
spend your money, if you gonna, you know that okay, now we caught Africa when it's not that economically what you call it, um economically savvy, or you don't have everything in place. So it's a good place for people like us to formulate ways to interject African studies in the ministries of education. You see me? Like whatever your money, whatever you doing, put yourself on mute. Whatever you doing, you feel me? Like whatever you doing, do it for African studies to be in schools. Because it's like this. Um we need a team. You see me? We need a team. How can you make like 50 million people smart? You see me? How can you make 500 million people smart at the same time? I mean, like, you see education not doing nothing. You have more than 500 million educated people in Africa. You see me? And the world is still calling us some weak ass bitches.
Rastaman is not as simple as education and teaching African studies. You also have to use propaganda in your education. Propaganda is actually more important than the education itself, because it's
But that's
education.
education. No, that's education, bro.
Exactly. But
Bro,
yeah, but you're
that's
talking like
education.
you want, like, you're talking about like in the schools. I'm telling you, like, people have
Yeah,
to be
but
paid if they're gonna
well,
if you're gonna embark on that kind of mission.
use your money to do that.
But that's
No,
exactly what I'm talking about.
if I
That's what
could
I'm
just add,
saying.
to what you're saying, because the thing is to go. What if it was possible to go to the school system and make it change, and these African leaders, put them together in one room and make that change just like that, would be great. But that's not realistic, right? So I think you got to start slowly, like that. That's the end goal, to change the school system. Absolutely, make an African centric education system. Learn about our history, not about the queen, the
You
so-called
know it's
queen, England,
easy.
this and that,
You
right?
know it's
But I
easy.
think what I want to say is, like, you need pockets of creating also discussions on the ground, creating, like people like yourself, like I Can Fire, like more diasporas coming down there, having that conversation, being serious about change, and having that one-on-one conversation, whether it's with 20 people, 50 people, 100 people on the ground, from the ground up. Because even the smartest people that finish university in these African countries, remember, they're not educated by the African-centric policy. Their education system is from the West. So their
All right,
mindset, the way they think, is
you
like
know
the
it's
West.
easy. You know it's easy, Empress Eritrea. This is how it's easy. You feel me?
Mm.
Um, you have Miss Mary Antoinette and Biggie, who controls Ethiopia. You feel me? And you have Miss Eritrea. Then you have some other people. Okay, this is how easy it is, right? You formulate this organization called, we may be Afro Ed. You feel me? And Afro Ed is a lobbyist to the particular ministries of education in Africa, in whatever country. The reason why ministries of education, because that's an arm that overhaul all education system for the most part in whatever country, right? But this organization called AfroEd is what is of course a propaganda organization for Black Power. You feel me? And a organization in which try to garnish funds from maybe the West, where a lot of people is interested in African progress, you feel me, and African mindsets, you feel me. So this lobbies gone so we know African people, they love their money and all that stuff, and they'll heed to money also. We have to just know these things. That's how you gonna be smart. You feel me? So, and that's what white people doing. You feel me? White people actually using money to make Africa bend over backward. You
But
feel me?
Rastaman, that's exactly what we were saying. Just that's exactly what I was trying to
So,
tell you. But
hold on. The reason why I'm saying this is you don't have financial control. I'm just dealing with the realisticness of things. You feel me? We don't have control financial control. We don't have control of the minds. And how do you deal with a greedy set of bastards? Oh, you can't. So what I'm trying to say to you is we got to take soft power approach. You feel me? So how you deal with soft power approach? you try to deal with these little ministries and try not to make people wake up to the fact that you're making people actually smart. You feel me? B- if we had money, I'd say, oh, let's just take over, let's just go buy out the media houses. But I'm not gonna say that because I'm realistic. So what we can do is our little funding, we can do lobbying with the ministries of education since they low fruit, if they low hanging fruit, you feel me? And they will accept funding for for chalk and goddamn blackboards or whiteboards, you feel me? And toilets and all that shit. You understand what I'm saying? And
Yes,
they
I do.
will teach African history in return, you feel me? And
Yes.
making African children smart in return, and in hopes that one of these children gonna be president one day. You
That's
have to take the long route.
yes,
All
yes.
right. Hold
There's
on one
no
second. I
short
just want
route
to
here.
introduce. I want to introduce Dong Wei. He's been waiting patiently. Dong Wei. I believe Spy. Go ahead, Dong Wei.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm kind of just listening. I'll attempt to interject when I feel like there's something that I can say about what you're speaking about. But thank you.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Thank you, sir. So that's what I'm saying, Miss Eritrea and Miss Mary Antoinette and Biggie. So all of you are agents of Pan Africanism and agents of Black um um power. You feel me? And that's what we all should do. Like, I mean, it's good that we trying to um do a lot of other things, but I think we should be a people focus. And how do you focus? We find the main essential for the mission to change, for the mission to be successful. And then we all maybe focus on damn thing. You feel me? Instead of spreading ourselves thin all the time. You feel me?
Okay. I got one question that I really I was thinking about it for quite a while about the AU. Okay. All the AU, all the representation is by this head of state. What do you say that each nation in the continent should put a vote and have the ambassador or representative of the country different than the head of state? What kind of game changer would it be?
Um, the main problem with the EU, in addition to the fact that
Is
the
it the AU or the EU?
the AU,
AU.
right,
Okay.
the people who go to the AU tend to be people who were already trained at WEF and other places. That's one. Now, even if we elect people, which is a good idea, by the way, Biggie, we still have to deal with the fact that the funding is coming from the funding for the AU is coming from the EU. That
Exactly.
cannot be. You know why? I read an article which stated that the EU stipulated that the funds that they gave as aid had to be used for weaponry, conflict, not for development. And they actually, in addition to dealing with the AU, they actually went to countries individually because you're weaker when you're not acting in a block. They circumvented the AU and went to countries individually to make sure that funding was spent on conflict because the conflict is deliberate. It's not spontaneous conflict arising. The EU wants us to remain in perpetual conflict. We have a bigger problem on our hands than we realize.
So
Yes, of course.
if
But this what I have
each
to. This what,
ambassadors,
This is what I have to say about that, Biggie. I don't think nothing gonna change. It don't matter. You see me? But and I also want to address this. The president, the chairmanship is 4 years. You feel me? The chairmanship is 4 years. They
No,
do
1 year.
elect. No,
1
they
year.
do elect. Listen,
Every year.
could you listen to me, sir?
Yeah.
Could you listen to me? The chairmanship of the AU, because I think I'm well informed. I'm not. I know what's going on. The chairmanship of the AU is 4 years. The chairman of the AU is Mohammed Misafaki. Oh, sorry, Mohammed Musafaki. If you anyway, he is the chairman of the AU, and he has done 4 years already, and had actually reinforced himself by some type of coup. You feel me? That he reinstalled himself as the chairman again and doing another 4 years. He might be on 2 years now going inside that.
Who,
That's 6
who are
years.
you talking
You
about?
feel me?
The AU chairman?
Of course, I didn't stutter.
No,
Don't you
because
know what I'm talking about?
the AU
What?
chairman, I posted it.
Who is he?
The,
What's his
the
name?
chairman of Africa Union is the ceremonial head of the African Union,
You
elected
mean
by the
you
Assembly
mean
of Head
you
of
mean
States,
Senegal? You mean
and
the
for
president of
1 year.
Senegal? What's his name? The president of Senegal?
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the AU chairman. Whoever is going
I
to be a
know.
chairman for the AU is 1 year term.
No, god damn
He's
it.
president. Well, I just posted it. The
Okay, all
chairman
right.
of the
I think you
African
two
Union
might be.
is the ceremony head of the African Union, elected by the Assembly of Head of States and government for a 1 year term.
Okay, and
But he's
that's
a president. He can be a president in his country for 4 or 5 years, or maybe go second term. I'm talking
all right.
about AU.
Okay,
AU is
okay,
one
okay,
term.
okay.
So that's why I'm
If
telling
you
you,
want to,
if we have you see, the head of states are so busy within their own
bro,
country.
Biggie, could you stop? Could you just stop? You
About what?
are misinforming yourself.
No,
Okay, hold on. Last
No,
year you had. Could we just talk? Hold on, man. All right, last year we had. I think. I'm not sure if he was chairing the president. I think he may be chairing the presidency, but I think it's called a presidency. So he became the president of the AU, and that's for 1 year. And he was President Ramaphosa. You see me? And then this year, I think that president is the president of Senegal. You feel me? And I think his term is for 1 year. But you have a chairman of the goddamn AU, which reside in that seat as a chairman for 4 goddamn years. And his name is Muhammad Musafaki. God damn it.
uh, what's his name?
Muhammad Musafaki.
So the
I call
chairperson.
I call him Mr. Fucky. You feel me? I don't talk bullshit.
No, 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 no.
I make
What
sure of
I'm talking about.
I make sure I know some stuff before I talk about it. You feel me?
Yeah, but that's what I sent
That
you is four
his post,
years.
hold on, his post is what Miss Arcana Chihambarqua was vying for. His post. You see me? And they usurped her. And I think Patrice Lumumba also tried, I think. You
I
feel
have
me?
I have a question. What does the saying "no shekels without shackles" mean to you?
Me, I don't know that saying.
So no
What is
money,
it? What?
But to everybody, anyone is free to answer the question. No shekels without shackles.
Oh, so
Shekels is
shekels.
Shekels is
money.
Israel
Yes,
is Israel money.
yes, money without shackles.
Yeah, no money without you being a
Chains.
slave.
No money without chains.
We need to remember that. You could adapt it and change the words to suit your personal experience, and always remember that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. It's no, but that's a white man saying. You feel me? But Pan Africanism is saying we can control our shit without nobody have to interrupt. We already went through chains anyway. You feel me? What else we gonna do? You feel me?
I agree with everything you've said, I can fire, and I would like to just add that perhaps the EU should not be funded, the AU should not be funded by the EU if we are really serious.
Personally, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at Ethiopia and I'll be like, Ethiopia is such a very tolerant place. You feel me? They have some non-tolerance, but I think it's maybe just maybe simple communion, but they are very non-tolerant because you have the AU which reside in that, right? And it's like these people doing as they like. I think Ethiopia should have a bigger say in the EU in terms in the AU in terms of you can't be here and do no stupid shit. And you can't be here and not fight. Why you think we independent? Why you think we no, why you think we never colonized? You feel me? It's because it's a place where you can handle your power without obstruction. You see me? So you're not supposed to be here being all this friends with these people. I don't think when there's a meeting of the AU, there should be any white people, press nor nothing. You see me? I don't think these things should happen. When there's a AU meeting, there should not be any crackers around. You see me? I'm not playing with this stuff. You see me? We so soft, unreal. We so friendly. We like they trained us to be dogs, and when they come around, we start licking fingers and licking toes and all that shit. That's how we is.
But
See me? You see how we vicious against each other, man? Are we very fucking vicious? We don't mind spilling another brother's blood right here. But when you talk that way about these foreigners, it's like taboo. You see me? You talk about destroying these other mother lovers that taught us to that feels good about destroying us. Imagine, look at this. Mozambique, right? Now the EU is saying that Mozambique could help make them um come in and help them with this terrorism for a contract of oil and all that, and you understand. So I'm trying to say now, well, who caused these insurgents? So don't it look like you caused the insurgents for us to be crying for help? So you come in like the knight in shining armor. You see me? That's how these people is doing us. Look at France, right? Look at France. Why are you fighting so hard to be in Mali? If it's just to help the people, why are you fighting so hard then? See me? Why is you flying over these people airspace? See me? What's the interest? See me? You so and you was in there, and terrorism have never stopped. See me? So
Well,
I'm trying to say this. I'm trying to say these people are scaring us. These people are scaring us, traumatizing us every day by a hidden, by some hidden goddamn hand. You see me? For us to call for them as fucking knights in shining armor.
yeah.
You see me? These people are having us like some little bitches. You see me?
Cat and mouse.
Uh, uh,
Can I
one
say?
thing I can fire. You
Go
know,
ahead. Go ahead.
we trying to have this conversation in a manner where we can really be focused on one subject instead of going all over the place, because we can write a book, maybe 10,000 books out of each incident and things that's happening to Africa. Right now, is for the conversation more that I'm looking for is that there's existing commissioned African entities for Africa. How can we Africans help them to really put them in the right track? And one of the thing is the AU is not going to go nowhere. It's going to be there, but it's up to us as Africans to revamp it and to have a better role, because they are financially broke. If it's not for AU that's coming for the
Yeah.
military intervention, they don't have money. So our AU has to be self-sustaining. Each country that's going to be member has to pay that fund for the sake of African Unite.
But
Unity is
Biggie,
not
I
going to
have
come without the finance.
but
Listen,
Biggie, there is a solution. But are we mentally asserted enough to take these positions? All right, we have the Africa Development Bank, right? That is pitched to be the African Central Bank. I think that is pitched right there to just be the African Central Bank. Now, this is what I'm saying. All African countries should put at least half of their reserves in that bank and usurp the American intervention in it. What I mean is, then you, the African countries, can go back and borrow your money from that bank. You understand? So, what it does is make that bank efficient enough to sponsor the AU. You understand? Now, the AU can control us in terms of um logistics. So the AU should overhaul all countries' foreign export and imports. You see me? The AU
So
should decide all of that. You see me?
I
You
have one point of disagreement,
go ahead, sir.
and so I agree with you in the sense that like you Africans should pull out or should seek to pull out of like Western financial systems, but I'm against like say like the I'm against the concept of like say and don't get me wrong, like I agree
Central
with them
bank.
having their own banking system, but I disagree with this say like a central bank. And I say this for one specific reason, and it's like so when you have like a centralized bank like run by a government, you
No,
basically
no. The African Development Bank is not
Ra-
run by
Rastaman,
any government.
Rastaman, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yes.
and say, and this is just me, and I could be wrong as to like how it's run, but I'm just saying in general, like if there's like say government influence and like so like in the West, like at least in America, like they say the Federal Reserve is like it's a private entity or whatever, but it's not a private entity at all because you can literally look on the website. It says .gov at the end of it, and then the head of the Federal Reserve is basically appointed by Congress. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is like when you have like a central bank um, with really frankly government influence, and again, I'm not against Africa having their own banks and their own banking system. It's just like when you like centralize things, you create problems because you basically give like a government sway and influence as to basically pick and choose the winners and losers of the economy. Like the problem with like, you know, America's banking system right now is that basically they can pretty much adjust interest rates and like pretty much manipulate the credit cycle and pick and choose who's going to win in the economy whenever they want. And this is like what I'm saying is like you kind of have to I'm for pulling out of the financial system like of the West, and I'm for pulling and I'm for them like, you know, building their own banking and their own financial system. But what I'm against is like, you know, centralizing it. When you centralize it, you basically kind of like attract people who want to basically essentially like people who are hungry for power. When you
Yeah.
centralize things, the best
All
way
right.
to
But I
keep
want to say this.
you
But
best
I
way to
want to
keep
say this.
power hungry people away from it is to basically decentralize it.
Yeah, but I want to say this, outlaw, right? This I want to say. See, I'm not sure of your concept of what a central bank is. You feel me? But I'm talking about an African central bank, a pan African central bank, where its interest is only in the development of Africa. You feel me? What the reason I'm saying this is Africans are crying out for one currency. You feel me? I don't care what country it is. Africa is crying out for one currency. This type of idea would be real prosperous for Africa in terms of it would settle traveling and a lot of other things for the African. You feel me? And it would decrease a lot of this financial exchange in Africa. You feel me? So what the African Development Bank would do is on receiving 50% of what you call it saving or yearly annual what you call it or say quarter. You feel me? But it is to in effect make a African currency. So so all African so all of these so that bank would actually start filtering all one currency to all of these nations. You understand? So because all of these nations have investment in this bank. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to say. Even buying gold, this bank should start stockpiling in buying gold from our the countries contribute gold to this bank in terms of because this bank is our bank. You feel me? You're not supposed to feel no type of way about making investment in this bank because this bank is what because you gonna overwhelm the IMF. You feel me? So it's best you owe this bank. You feel me? Because this bank is not a foreign bank. The funds is not going anywhere. You feel me? So to me, I don't see anything different, any other option. You feel me? We need a answer, and we taking this bank simple. I think we are some little baby little people. You feel me? Who see we see things and don't understand that these are the things we supposed to be focused on. You feel me? I don't know how the African countries are sitting there and having this bank struggle. You feel me? I don't understand. You feel me? We should be calling this bank to give them money or and make it registered that the amount that is there and it's still yours. But we should be investing in this bank every day, all day. You feel me? This bank is talking about subsidizing small farmers. You feel me? Right now. That's the president of the bank He's a Nigerian. You feel me? So he right now he's sponsoring small farmers. You feel me? For food security. You feel me? So this bank is not like an ordinary goddamn bank. You feel me? We need to usurp it with our
I can
African
fire.
country.
I can fire.
Yeah,
I can fire. When you call the central bank, the world is trying to decentralize the world financial service
I
because of
don't
the
care about.
corruption.
We are
The
not the world.
corruption. No, 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 no. When you
Listen,
listen, when you when you have the hives, you're gonna attract a lot of bees, and there's a lot of
bro,
corruption
bro,
that's,
bro,
that
bro,
comes
bro,
with it.
bro. Hold on, Biggie. Think
I
about
don't know if you're
God.
gonna call it central bank or you're gonna call it something else, but when
Yeah,
it comes to the central bank,
yeah, but it's
we're trying
called the
to
African
decentralize it.
Development. Listen, it's called the African Development Bank.
Who's going
That's
to
what it's called.
decide to
It's not called.
who's going to decide the finance? Let's say, you got all 54 countries that's going to have all their reserves and they put it in that bank. Who's going to decide when it comes to a loan that is excessive, and who's going to be funding it?
It's already there, bro. It's not like I'm talking anything futuristic.
But it's not
The
central
thing
bank.
is already. Wait, Biggie.
It's
The
not
thing
central
is
bank.
already. Wait, Biggie. Could you wait? Let me explain, please, sir. It is called the African Development Bank. It is not called Ethiopia Development Bank nor Sudan Development Bank. It's called African Development Bank. That means it's for it's all Africa Development Bank. You understand? So the loyalty that that bank has is to African people. So what I'm trying to say to you is, and it's headed by a Nigerian. He has been re re he has been re-nominated for the post. This is the second time. You feel me? And I think it gonna change. It maybe it gonna be a Kenyan next time. Maybe it gonna be a South African next time. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say to you is, this is our time to get rid of, because it's like this. One day you gonna need a loan. Well, who you gonna get it from? You gonna call goddamn Europe? That's what you planning to do. You feel me? When you have this thing right here that is future security, collective security for surety. You see me? All you need to do is put your reserves in that bank. You see me? And then it can loan to whatever country that needs it in Africa. You feel me? Including Madagascar. What are you talking about, man? Go ahead.
Who's going to do the decision of the finance when
The
it comes
president of
to
the
the
bank,
reserve?
the
No,
president of the bank
no,
is making the decisions.
no, no. What I'm saying is, when now you're asking about the reserve to be deposited in this African Development Bank, right?
Yes.
So when it comes to
I
developments,
mean,
right?
you could put bulletins. They could put bulletins as to what the reserves is, if that's what the case is. They could put bulletins in whatever in the various countries as to the reserve and their investment and how safe it is and all that stuff. You feel me? And who they give loans to. You feel me? They all of these things could be open. I'm thinking. You understand? But 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 I'm trying to say is
But
Africa in
eventually,
general. Huh?
eventually, eventually, this development bank will become a central bank.
Of
It will
course,
change the flavor.
of course.
When
You
you
feel
you
me?
start going on central bank, now we're talking about the same equal thing that's going on with the Federal Reserve for
What I'm
Yeah,
Africa.
that's
but the whole thing is we Africans have a different moral capacity than these regular goddamn Caucasians. You feel me? They have a
I don't believe
capitalistic.
that's true.
Listen, listen,
I
But
don't. So
Don,
the
what
listen.
you
thing
were
We,
saying,
is like this is an issue of how do we prevent corruption from happening beforehand? Like if you centralize things, you're eventually going to attract someone that's going to happen. And it doesn't, even if like everybody is great, it just takes one person to mess it up for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, corruption is, it can be sorted out like how it's being done now. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say to you is, I already was saying about our schools and our what you call it, mental persuasion in terms of trying to get positive black energy going and black power going in terms of how we think. So when that's double, that's two ways I'm trying to say about this thing. So our beginnings, of course, we have to interject in these ministries of education for it, maybe financially if we can. If you make, I know some of these people on the panel are rich and don't know what to do with their money. So I'll tell you, just go bribe the ministries of education with some type way of funding. Say, hey, I'm not giving you. Here it is. It's 500,000, or it's 100, or it's 50, or it's 30 grand, and I want you to introduce some African studies in your curriculum. You feel me? And the Ministry of Education, as greedy as they is, they will take it. But go ahead.
Let me go to Marie Antoinette. What do you think, Marie Antoinette? Any comment?
I would like to say that at some point we will need to conduct private meetings away from YouTube, and people who are experts in reading the tide in a from a spiritual standpoint will have to intervene and take charge, because the problem that we're having is that because of the trauma suffered by the more mature generation.
Colonization.
Yes, colonization, yes. And the more mature generations tend to think that things have to be done the way they have always been done. And everybody knows that there's a new energy now that will place Africa in a more favorable position. And we can't go forward with the same mindset that the trauma of colonization has created in the more mature generations. All right, there are ways to prevent corruption that will not involve bringing bringing in Caucasians to act as the adult in the room. You see, it doesn't have to be that way all the time. As I said, there's a new energy sweeping across the continent, and the tables will turn in terms of the power differential.
Thank you,
So
Marie Antoinette. Good. I want to welcome also Healthy. Uh, just joined us. Welcome to Diaspora Talk. This is Big E. Go ahead, Healthy. Introduce yourself. Hello.
hello.
Yes, hello. Hi.
How you doing? Hello.
We
Yo,
can.
healthy. Yo, healthy. Talk, no man.
And say, was there somebody that just joined, or
Yeah, you go ahead.
Go
okay?
ahead, Don. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So I guess like with my issue with like, at least when it comes to like the issue of like what I think would be a decent alternative to a central bank is that, Africans starting multiple banks inside of Africa, as opposed to just like say one central bank. Because the issue is like, well, and there will also have to be some sort of agreement made, because like it's an issue of like the fuel for capitalism is like
How can
competition.
you do it
And
without
if you're
small
going to
banks?
if you're going to if
Let him finish.
so
Don. Good.
if you're going to be able to like prosper, there's going to have to be some sort of agreement made between pretty much all African countries, because America couldn't work if like basically they didn't collectivize at their borders. Basically, if you trade with one of us, you're basically going to have to come to agreement with all of us. So that is going to be necessary. You can't be like, more or less fishing for deals between countries or whatever per se. But the issue with like a central, at least I feel like people making and building banks in Africa in multiple different places in Africa is a bit more efficient because it's harder to corrupt. And the issue with like a central bank is like it's an issue of forethought. It's like even if say we get it right, it would basically take one person later on in to basically mess it up for everybody. Like if we do centralize it now, what's going to happen is we're basically pretty much like making a problem for generations that will come after us
So
long
you
after we're
do you
dead.
see the bank? Do you know of the bank that I'm talking about? Have you ever check it out? The African Development Bank.
No, I'm just simply saying like when you
Well,
have a bank that's basically like essentially
Nah,
centralized
hold up, bro. Hold up, bro. See, you
as
are
opposed to
thinking,
letting the private sector handle.
yeah, but hold on, bro. You may be thinking America. Just hold on, man. I want you to go and maybe check out the African Development Bank because it's something that exists. You see me? So go check it out. Educate yourself about it and see how compare it. You understand with your vision of American bankings. You understand? But of course there will be smaller banks. Everybody knows that. The African Development Bank is only one bank, but of course there will be smaller banks. You feel me? But you need a central bank, bro. We need listen, we need
I
one
don't
currency.
think
We need one currency in
I
Africa.
think you need
You feel me?
currency, but not necessarily one bank.
Yeah, but how you gonna make one
There's a difference.
currency? How you gonna make one currency?
Again,
How listen. The other countries, every country have their own currency. Some I don't know if it's made there or it's made in fucking some English mint. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you is the African Development Bank could eventually be the the central bank who is you getting everybody else money and transfer making a mint for their own selves and and um and transforming the money. You feel me? In one bank
so
and
you asked
distributing it
a question
to
just
our
a second
countries.
ago, and I wanted to
Huh?
answer it. If you don't say you asked a question just a second ago, and I wanted to answer it. Like you asked, how can you have one currency without like one central bank? Like Russia and China, South Africa, Brazil, the BRICS currency, they're doing it right now. It's just multiple people coming together and basically saying, pretty much, we're going to trade this for this.
Yeah, but
You all
no,
can basically
no, they don't
into
have
your own
no
finance
currency.
system, but it's
They
if
don't have
that's
no
all you do.
currency. They don't have no
Yep.
currency, bro.
Hold on, let him
A
finish.
BRICS currency, yes,
So you say the
that's
yen
basically
don't.
the alternative
Hold
to
on,
the
wait,
American
wait, wait.
dollar. They're building
So
it
the
right
you
now.
saying so the yen don't exist, and
The yen is Japan,
The Russian ruble it don't exist.
No, hold on.
right?
Let him finish because
So you saying hold on, the Chinese dollar you saying it don't exist, and the Russian ruble you saying don't exist. That's what you're saying.
No,
they,
I'm not
they're
saying that.
they're
So what
trading
is
What I'm
it?
that.
saying is
They're
So
trading.
you
They're
saying
trading
what
with
so
the
you,
yen. They're trading with their own currencies. But
so you
right now they're
saying the BRICS?
forming. They're
Hold on. So you
forming.
saying the BRICS? You saying the BRICS, right? So you saying
yes,
all
it's
of those
basically an
countries
alternative to the
have,
dollar. It's a currency which they will use to trade between and amongst themselves. That's what I'm saying they should do. Not centralize everything and make it one central bank, because then you're relying on basically the goodwill of people, and people are always corruptible.
what are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? I mean,
The BRICS,
listen.
All right,
You're
hold on,
talking about
Icon.
hold on.
Okay,
So you
if
saying
you didn't understand
so
the
hold
question,
on.
hold on.
So you saying that?
Icon
So
Fire,
you
Icon
hold
Fire.
on. Wait,
Hold on
wait,
one
wait.
second.
Wait, boss,
Because
hold on, man. So you saying that? Wait, Biggie, man. So you saying that if you have a central bank in Africa, we Africans is going to give the money away to the Europeans. That's what you're saying.
No,
So you're saying we're gonna
that's
steal it
not
for
the problem I'm
ourselves.
trying to address.
Hold on. So you're saying we're gonna steal it for ourselves, right? Well, you got thieves.
Okay,
You got thieves
so
everywhere.
I'm
You
going to
got.
explain this to you. Can I explain it to you?
Yes, please let him explain, Rastaman. Give him some chance. Give him a chance, man.
Man,
And
but
say
he
when you
talking.
have a
He
no,
he
centralized
hold on,
bank,
talking.
hold on.
Listen,
I can
he,
fire.
he-
Please, let him finish. Let him
what I'm
finish.
saying is it's like when you have a centralized bank and one little person basically, and it's all pretty much one, say, when you have a centralized bank
and one person,
and one
one
person
person.
is basically in control of
Who's
the
one?
financial.
Who's one person?
Wait,
Which
I can
wait,
fire.
central bank?
I can
Which
wait,
fire.
wait,
central bank?
Listen,
wait,
Why is
this
he
is not a
talking
debate.
stupid
wait,
stuff then? Which
No.
central bank is
wait.
one person?
Listen.
Yeah, but he talking
Let him
stupid.
finish.
Please
Which central
listen.
bank
No,
is one
he cannot
person?
do that. No, he cannot do
Yeah, but
that.
don't come
He's
talk
trying to
stupid
say
to us.
no,
No,
no.
but
At
don't
least
I
let
come
me
talk
call
finish before
nobody
stupid
you
to
go
us.
stupid
off.
because you know what? That's not
At
right.
least let me finish before you go off.
You
One
cannot call
person.
people name. You
At
cannot call
least
name.
let me finish before you go off. And
Go
again,
ahead, Don.
and say when you have a centralized bank and you have centralized control of the currency, what's going to inevitably happen is it's like basically someone is going to come along and they're basically going to start pretty much picking and choosing winners and losers in the economy. And what I mean by that, before you go off, is basically when you give the government control of like pretty much the interest rates, the amount of currency basically circulating in the economy, you're basically pretty much manipulating the credit cycle. Do you understand what the
Oh,
credit cycle
oh,
is?
okay, you done? You just scared of power. That's what it sound like a little wimp. You feel me? That's what you sound like.
No,
Excuse
You
me.
like
centralized
you
power
no
always
no
attracts
no.
corruption.
You are doubtful Thomas in black business and hopeful. You're pretty optimistic about cracker business. That's how you is. You sound like it. I can
No,
smell it on you in your
I'm
voice.
trying not to sell
You,
out the next
you don't
generation.
want black. No, you don't want black power. You don't want black people to have no power. That's why you trying
What?
to fucking
No,
diffuse some central bank that's owned by black people.
I
What
can fire.
central bank is owned by black
I
No,
people?
can
I want
fire.
What,
many banks
You
owned by
going off
many
on
black
what
people.
you taking. So let him finish. You not let him finish, and you just jumping across.
yeah,
No,
IMF
because you
love
know
it.
what?
That's what he is.
You already
Why
got.
don't he?
Listen,
Why don't
listen.
he come to? Hold on. Why don't he accuse the IMF of corruption?
He's
Why
not
you
there.
go?
He's
Why
explaining
you?
you. He's
What say
explaining
what?
My
us how
goodness.
it goes.
Yeah. Why don't you come accuse
The
IMF of corruption? Go ahead. Let me
But
hear your accusation
no,
of the
what do you
IMF.
mean
the
not to
IMF
listen?
are corrupt. The problem is I'm trying to keep that from happening here.
Well, we are
I'm
not
saying
saying.
Africa
Hold on.
basically has to
Hey.
wait,
Hold on.
no,
Well,
no.
we
You're
we
talking
are
over
not
me. You're not
saints.
even letting
Hold
me
on, boss
finish.
man.
You're not
Listen,
letting me
we
finish.
the reason
You're
why I
not
can't
letting
let
me
you.
finish.
The
I can
reason why
fire.
I don't want.
I can
The reason
fire.
why I don't want you to finish because I hear the fear in you. You feel me?
What fear?
You little black people are some fearful, especially you niggas are some fearful.
I'm putting.
Rasta, you gotta take it easy, man. You gotta take it easy, brother. You gotta take it easy.
My goodness, man.
Yeah, it does. We're not enemies here, Rasta, man.
Like I'm trying to help you out. It's like it's
Yes,
an issue of it's an issue of corruption that will inevitably happen later on
yes,
after we're dead. Even if we do it right,
of
some
course.
one person will eventually come and basically ruin it for everybody. So the best way to make sure it doesn't happen
It's
is
the
to make sure that power
decentralization.
doesn't exist. I'm
Yes.
not saying I don't want a black central bank. What I'm saying is I want something better. I want many banks run by many black people.
Yeah, almost like
That's better.
decentralization, right? Like you want the whole bank to be decentralized. I think I understand what you're trying to say.
So if even one person messes it up, you still have many other black people
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that
yeah,
didn't mess it up.
yeah.
you connect the banks.
Architect, you sound
Yeah.
like you pondering. You feel me?
Connect,
But let me tell you,
connect on what?
I'm not. Listen. Just let me say something on my people. You see, I know you people are good, but I'm still not trying to like. Oh, just because I'm your friend, I'm not gonna talk as I like. Now, this little person is acting like, oh, they come on and they are the epitome of knowledge. You feel me? Like, oh, I'm the one who knows right. Who cares about what you know? You ain't know right about nothing. You're a little colonized person. You ain't what is your in what have you indoctrinated yourself with? Or are you indoctrinated by some foreigner? You feel me? Who are you? You feel me? What are you standing for? You feel me? Aren't you a learner? Why don't you just sit and learn and stop acting like, oh, you coming to give me the answer? What's the answer? Have you ever seen a black central bank? No. So how the hell you know it can't work? Who are you? What kind of people are you? You are some doubtful Thomases who don't want black progress. You
Unfortunately,
don't want.
fire.
Let me speak.
We're talking about bank. No.
Yeah, I'm talking about bank too.
No,
They
enough
don't.
is enough.
You never
Because you
seen.
know what? There's a template of all banks. There's a
Yeah,
template.
but
The banking system has a
listen, boss
template.
man.
Well, there's
Listen, boss
black,
man.
white,
You
west.
know
It
what I
doesn't
see
matter.
in this world? You know what I see in this world?
Because you're attacking
Everybody.
the person. Listen, you're attacking the person. I told you.
Yeah, but
Attack
he
the idea.
attacking.
And
No, but he attacking too. You don't.
he's not.
He
It's his
attacking. Goddamn.
position.
Hold on. He attacking the concept of a central bank in Africa. Why
And
would
then
you
he's
do
got his
that?
opinion. He's got an opinion.
Yeah,
His
but I
opinion
got mine.
gotta be
I got
respected.
mine too.
But
No,
you
I
don't
don't
call
respect that.
names.
No, listen.
Well,
We are
thank
all
you so much,
people.
I Can Fire.
We're all
Thank you
learning
for joining
together.
me. You know,
We're
I
all
really
learning
appreciate it.
together.
Because what I always said, you can criticize the idea, but not the person. You don't call name. You don't call us name.
But I'm not
And
going.
you
I'm
thought
not
we
going.
colonized.
No,
Listen,
but
you talking
yeah,
about
but
colonized? I'm not
no, but
colonized.
listen.
I've never been colonized.
If
Okay, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna
someone
put
is
my foot down.
forceful,
I'm sorry.
listen.
I'm sorry to say, I Can Fire. Listen, if you don't agree with that opinion, you can voice your opinion, but you don't curse. You don't tell people, because you know what? If it doesn't come to your digestion, and he's explaining, we're trying to learn, all of us.
So you gonna
So we
discipline
gotta
me,
be.
Biggie? So
No, I'm
Biggie,
not
are you?
disciplining you.
No, so Biggie,
What I'm
are
trying
you
to say is,
disciplining me?
listen.
Are you putting
You know
me in
how
my
many
place?
people are
Hold on,
listening to
Biggie,
us?
I'm asking you. Are you disciplining me? Are you putting me in my place? That's what I'm asking you.
For what putting you in place? When you
Yeah,
curse,
because you're
yes, I'm
telling
gonna
me
put you in
what
your
to
place.
do. No, but you
No,
telling me
when
what
you
to do as
curse,
if
I don't want you to curse.
Yeah, but you can't direct people life, bro. You have to
No,
allow people to be who they
because
are. You feel
yeah,
me?
but
You
you
can't tell
cannot
me
curse.
you can't
We
tell
always
me
said
who I'm
that.
supposed to be. Are you a Christian? I'm not a
I'm
Christian.
not saying.
You
I'm
feel
not
me?
saying that.
You
Listen,
know how much diverse people come on these channels? You can't tell people what to do.
listen. I
If you
don't have
don't
to
like
tell you
me,
what to do.
tell me you don't like me and you don't want me
I
to
never
fucking.
listen. I
But
Can
this shit
Fire.
is not. But
I Can
come on,
Fire.
hold on, man. But this shit is not a game. And a lot of people come on here talking bullshit as if this shit is a game. You feel me? And I'm telling
It's not a
some
game.
people, it's best if you don't have no real good input, shut the hell up. You
But
feel
he's
me?
putting a good input.
Huh?
He's putting a good input, in my opinion.
He's not putting no good input. That's some bullshit.
Unfortunately,
We
even
need
you see,
a central bank in Africa. If
I
you
don't
think we don't,
I don't agree.
okay.
I don't agree. Okay,
All right,
I don't agree.
all right, Biggie. I'm gonna ask you this. So I'm gonna ask you this now. So you prefer the IMF? Go ahead,
No,
speak. So why the hell
IMF
are you
didn't work.
talking?
The World
Why the
Bank
hell are
didn't
you
work.
talking? Why
Listen,
is there opposition?
what we're
Don't
saying
you
is
see the
the
stupidness?
opposition.
Listen, bro. Don't you see the stupidness? Now
I'm
you
not.
are talking about now
I'm
you
just
and this
telling you,
other
very
person.
simple.
Hold
Listen,
on, man. You over talking me, Biggie. Why I can't say
you
nothing?
are.
It's like it's like you talking to boys and they should stop and listen. But I'm not no goddamn boy. I'm so grown. It's unreal. You feel me? So let me just say this. So let
Have
me
you heard
just
me?
say this to you. Let me just
You
say
know
this to
what?
you.
Listen,
If
sometimes
Ghana right
you have to
now
listen.
is borrowing from the IMF, Ghana right now is borrowing from the goddamn IMF, getting strangled. You feel me? And you are saying that, and this other goddamn dude is talking about, no, we don't need no central bank. Bullshit. Bullshit. Y'all
Well, we
said a
don't need
coward.
it.
We financially
The
cowards.
world is the world
Some
is trying
little,
to decentralize the world banks.
I don't care
They're,
about the
they're
fucking
not
world.
getting it.
Fuck the world.
It didn't work. I'm sorry.
Fuck the
Listen,
world. We need
all
our
right,
own
Master.
shit. I don't care
I'm sorry.
about the world.
Thank you very much for joining me. I'm done with that.
Wow. Biggie, I think we should get straight back to what we was talking about. Honestly.
I have a question. What should, in your view, should have happened to Greece when Greece had its challenges? What exactly should the European Union have done?
Was this towards me?
Well, yes, preferably, but anyone can answer.
So basically, they technically did the right thing. Greece wound up in that position because they ran an irresponsible budget.
Right.
So they basically forced them into austerity. Like, had Greece had its own, like, financial system, what would have happened inevitably was basically Greece would have pretty much just like printed the money to pay for the things that they would have, like, that basically the voters demanded pretty much, and that would have devalued the currency. And that's fine until you basically are paying like millions of dollars for a gallon of milk, and there's shortages everywhere, and people are starving.
When you say printed the currency, printed the euro or printed their own currency? Or
Like, I'm saying, like, if Greece had its own, like, central bank or whatever, per se, or whatever, and it was just like, they absolutely would have just printed or basically made up the money out of thin air. They would have basically pretty much they would have injected artificial demand into the system to pay for the things that they were demanding. And that's basically inflation. That would have basically kept on going on until, like, basically the price of basic goods and services became unaffordable. Then the people, as they always do, they would have demanded price controls on food and energy. And when you demand price controls on food and energy, you always create shortages. That would have led to a famine, and people would have started starving to death. So the EU technically did the right thing in basically forcing them into austerity. Like, the issue is like, they should have ran a responsible budget. But again, they didn't want to do that. They were basically very drunk on welfare.
In the old Greece, I don't know if you recall, they used to, they don't pay tax, and usually the rich pay the taxes for the government. Do you guys, anybody knows about that? Before the EU?
that they don't pay tax? Who
No, they
agrees?
didn't pay. Yeah, they didn't pay tax. There's certain tax that they didn't pay, and the rich cover that. It's like there are some elite out there that really funded the government.
Um,
Certain
when
goods.
when President Nixon decided to place price controls, which was a compassionate measure on his part, things weren't so disastrous, I would say. Occasionally, price controls are necessary, because you have a avaricious business class with no compassion and no ethical concerns. And occasionally, the government has to step in to curb the greed of the business class. Not all price increases are necessary increases. See?
So, and say, when it comes to like the price of like, so price is basically the intermediary between supply and demand. That's its function. When the price of the price of something is going up, that means basically there's either a shortage of supply, or pretty much that pretty much the input cost to create the thing that people are demanding has gone up. I don't really blame people for like, just like, raising the price of something, when in reality, like when you inject like, a bunch of artificial demand into the system, you basically, when people have that money, they spend that money. It doesn't just sit there burning a hole in their pocket. So they basically buy more than they would have bought before. This creates a shortage of things. And this is everything, like everything in the economy, including the things needed to basically provide what's necessary to make pretty much sell people this stuff. Ultimately, the cure for high prices is high prices. Eventually, people, it's essentially the rationing mechanism. It's what happens is eventually it becomes unaffordable, so people stop buying it. Then they're forced to, the people who are selling it have to basically lower their prices to get a sale, because it's better than nothing. That's basically how high prices are solved. It just takes time, and it's kind of a painful process. It's usually frankly, it gets harder to do with, like, say something like food, but it's like pretty much you kind of have to, because the alternative is people starving. It's an issue of bad versus worse, and that's really that's really the majority of the time. That's really most of the time what's the case in like matters of economics. It's an issue of trade-offs. If you basically issue price controls, you're basically forcing people to pretty much provide that's a good or service at a loss, and they have their own families and people that they need to feed and take care of too. If they're basically find out that they're working for free or at a loss, then they stop doing it. They stop providing it. You
Okay.
can't ask people to not be self-interested. They have their own things that they want to do with their life and everything. And like, if you do that, they'll basically pull out, and then there's like a shortage. That's kind of what creates when I'm saying price controls create a shortage, I'm saying you basically start telling people to basically, you're basically asking them to provide goods and services at a loss. And when they do that, like, they just pull out and stop providing it. They stop and they find something else to do. And it happens every single time this is tried. I don't think there's been one exception where this hasn't happened. If it's like a price control issue, then there usually is a shortage, but it was never done on something like food. At least in like America.
Yes, with President Nixon, who issued
but also
controlled prices.
I would also mention President Nixon was the reason why those prices went up in the first place. So President Nixon was the president that killed the remainder of what was left of the gold standard. It was called the Bretton Woods system.
Yes.
And basically, up until that point, you could basically take $1 to the bank, hand it to them, and they would basically give you that amount in gold. Well, he basically got us off of that system so that he could basically pretty much inflate the currency. And when he inflated the currency, that was what caused the prices to go up in the first place.
I agree. The introduction of the fiat currency, where you have a currency with no intrinsic value, was a mistake. That we both agree on. What I have a little difficulty with is accepting that the greed of the business class must always go unchallenged. We have a values problem, When the business class in Venezuela decided to punish the government, the corn flour became scarce in Venezuela, but that same corn flour was being sold in its next door neighbor, Trinidad and Tobago. The business class wasn't really incapable of producing corn flour. They just decided to punish Maduro by selling it somewhere else and pretending that they couldn't produce it because of Maduro's measures. The business class has its own set of values that are not aligned with ours, you know. So when I see economists always in sympathy with the business class, it makes me a little nervous. You
So
see?
the reason why they do that, or at least why they did that, is like they were selling it where they could make a profit. Like if they can't profit so that they can take care of their lives, their wives, their children, their families, they're not going to do it at all. It's an issue of like I can't ask for compassion from people past really probably the scope of like family and extended family, maybe like a church. And I feel like that's really about the place it kind of belongs. I, but when it comes to like, you know, certain things on that order, like I'm not going to demand that somebody give me something for basically free. Like, what do we call making people work for free?
No, well,
Slavery.
nobody's saying that, but let's say people in the USA refused to or weren't pleased with having to pay fair wages, so they took the jobs to other countries where there was no compulsion to pay fair wages. Those wages are not really acceptable by anybody's standards, but the business class just goes unchecked. And you know, I don't blame people for wanting to intervene to curb the problem of greed. Not every people aren't always producing at a loss, you know. There is such a thing called wanting too much profit beyond reasonable limits.
Well, that's the thing. When someone's asking too much for something, they just simply won't buy it. Just like you were just mentioning a second ago, bringing like, you know, jobs outside of like, you know, say of America to another country, whatever. If it's not up to us to decide it's enough, or if it's a wage that's fair, it's for the individual to decide. So if they bring those jobs out of that country and like, you know, people don't want to take the job, they don't have to. It's not like they're enslaving people. And if they are, then it's an issue. But if like they bring that job out of the country and these individuals say that like, you know, hey, well, I'll take this job because it's worth it to me, it's up to the individual to decide. Like our compassion can't make decisions for individuals. It's up for it's up to really each individual to make these decisions for themselves. If a person basically, if it's an issue of price and something's too expensive, nobody's going to buy it. And if they can't buy it, they're also not making a profit. Or the person who's like, you know, the business class you're speaking of, they're also not making a profit. So they're either going to have to lower their prices to the point that somebody's willing to pay for it, or go out of business. It's a self-correcting problem, really. You just have to wait.
There's like competitive pricing out there.
Yeah.
The same good.
It just takes a little time, and like, and I'm guilty of this as well. It takes some emotional maturity to basically kind of like, you know, look at it and kind of just tell yourself to wait and not hop in, or like, you know, not. It takes some emotional maturity to not basically essentially act on something when I, even if like, you know, I intellectually understand something will fix itself. Sometimes it does take emotional maturity to like to just step back and just wait for a bit. And if it's really just like a situation where like, you know, I see other people suffering and I have a problem, like if it's an issue like that and I feel like they're not doing enough, I as an individual myself will do something myself, but I won't demand that other people do it.
I think that in the case of, let's say, the baby formula and other food items, I still don't fault the government for intervening in those cases.
But that was a problem that they created. It was, if I'm not mistaken, the WIC program.
Yes.
It's like, so my thing is like, if the problem was government intervention that created it in the first place, the solution can't be more government intervention. You're basically kind of just like adding fuel to the fire. Sometimes you just have to back up, or basically get the government out of it and let the problem correct itself. It may be a painful transition, but sometimes it's like an issue of bad versus worse. It's like, well, what's the alternative? It's not that there's like a good, there's very few situations in life where like it's an issue of what's good versus bad. Most of the time it's usually bad versus worse. Sometimes you just have to pick the least crappy option.
Yeah, at the same time, whenever there's a government intervention and they try to fix it, and they get deeper into the creating more problems. And when the shortage comes, then supply and demand, and as well, they will go back again, say, hey, let's do it in a different way. They come in with different options. But still, you're not out of the mud. You're still doing the same thing over and over. That's what I see when there is a government intervention. Then you turn it and privatize it and have it people going about on how to deal with it. It corrects itself. Even the pricing aspect of it kind of lower rather than the government intervening. Basically, it's, subsidizing it. You know, and when the government subsidizes it, and if you're in business with that government, if you're the provider of the cereal or you provide a baby food and all that, then you got a guaranteed profit, and they have an idea. I'll put 1 to 8% every year increase. He's making the money, but still there's other problems that arise when it comes to the qualification for that week program. Now you go into another level of on the private. I mean, it's government, but at the same time, the private sector is also the one that's going to be in bed with the government. So basically,
Well, yeah,
you know,
the government kind of does it all the time, though. Like, it's kind of the old silver or lead thing. Well, the expression is, I'll give you a coin, you can either take this silver or you can take this bullet. And they do it all the time everywhere, honestly. They're trying it with Africa right now. Well, I really don't think they really have the power to project like they used to. I After kind of just like watching the most two recent military failures, I'd say there was Afghanistan and then there's Ukraine, which basically got crushed by Russia. Like, only I think 20% of their military was necessary for that. And it's like, I think the world is kind of caught on that, like, the West is a whole lot weaker than its heyday. And I think the consensus, generally speaking, in America is like nobody's going to go to war over. Nobody's going to go, like, the taste for war is very sour. That I don't think they have the power to just like you launch a war against somebody.
I think a lot of wars are they can strike from now on. Now we're not talking about Afghanistan. We're not talking about Iran. We're not talking about any African country like they did in Libya. Right now, you're facing China and Russia, and
Yep.
But
yeah.
The military
can I?
industrial complex is no longer concerned with truly winning wars. The military industrial complex is concerned with profit
Making money.
wars. So war is now a fundraising activity. War is not where some moral battle is being fought anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
but like,
patriotism. There's no patriotism for sure. But at the same time, when you call war, ever since any war that came in, uh, what was that? How many? There was a number actually where Dr. Abiy mentioned so many wars that happened, and he talking about just a spear um, or an arrow, whatever. Somebody's producing and somebody's making money. And the more spear that you sell, the more soldiers that dies. Along with that is the same thing. The war always being a money making for anybody that create the armors and everything. Now, on the new technology, as you can see it, the Second World War became America joined at the end when they had the finance because they never wanted to enter the Second World War with the Nazi. Actually, they had a bill that passed, and they cannot help Great Britain to help them within the things that they needed for the war until the last minute. Then they look at it as always being profitable from it. So they, U.S. would make U.S. just come out from the recession on the 1900,
the Great Depression.
the Great Depression. Now you're just going to have another opportunity that's going to give you another leap of rebuilding the economy. So that means always wars becomes uh, a change, and a change with new finances, new demands. And if you have a rocket, somebody's gonna buy your rockets. You got drones now. Drones becomes like we never heard about drones in the Second World War, but if they had the drones, it would have been another thing. So as we promote toward the wars and the war that is really uh, east and west, and that really kind of testing the ground, but at the cost of the people on the ground. So the West is losing
Yep.
and the East is losing. But at the same time, everybody's showing their might. And the sad part of this war is by proxy. That's even sadder than any other wars that you can fight for. And
Well,
the
yeah, that's.
history. And
You say
now,
go ahead.
and now all this aid that goes to Ukraine, all this uh, arms that goes to Ukraine is available for sale for the other world that's buying those weapons. Different
Yeah,
part of the world is
it's like
buying those weapons in the and the black market.
yeah, they forgot that like there's like horrible corruption in Ukraine. It's like, at point of like about it, 'cause, like, this was kind of like they started.
No, yeah, your internet is in and out.
Okay, how do I
You
sound now?
must better. Go ahead again.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it's like they pretty much started a trade war with Russia during like a commodity super cycle, and pretty much the
Can
only
you
thing
explain on
that
that
like
one
America even
on the commodity? Can you just explain us on that commodity part of it?
basically the credit cycle shifted from growth to value, and when that happens is like people tend to like value commodities more. Like I'd have to explain the credit cycle, I think, but to
Hmm.
give you like to
Because
give you kind of
a
like
lot of our audience, they might not know it. So if you can elaborate on that one.
Okay, so to give like an explanation, like during like say like a I'll say a bull market, uh, pretty much like what's valued is like more so tech stocks, like because the world, there's like low interest rates and there's low inflation, so the world has more money to throw towards like tech companies that may or may not produce the thing that they're like advertising, because it takes like a lot of money for the R&D, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or for the research and development
Research
of
and
these things or
development.
whatever.
Right.
But when like say like the credit cycle shifts and we go into like say like a bear market or whatever, what happens is it's like things that like two things always go up. Assets that will go like up with like say inflation, or that will like always like uh rise in value with like say real estate, or well, that and like the absolute necessities, like say energy, or you know materials such as like wood, and we have like a much more complex economy now, because we're like a whole lot more advanced. We have technology that wasn't available you know 80 years ago. So basically what happens is like things like wood, copper, say I don't know, carbon, uh I don't silver, just like things that have
Don't
alternative
forget
uses for
cobalt.
like like
Don't forget the cobalt, the battery.
absolutely cobalt as well. Things necessary for like things that you need to build the essentials of life. Those become a whole lot more valuable. Like because that pretty much like people have like when they lose that money basically, or when like the economy shifts or whatever, and you don't have the money to throw towards like say something like a tech that may or may not create the thing that they're promising, that they're basically asking for money to build, and they basically throw it towards something that's always going to hold a more stable source of value, and that will go up with inflation. And
Yep.
materials is one of those things. And when I say materials, like that's like commodities basically, things like the absolute necessities of like say again food, wood, copper, cobalt, natural gas, oil, things to basically, power our homes and heat, power our houses, keep us warm during the winter and everything or whatever. Those things become a whole lot more valuable. But the thing is like the US and especially the EU basically started this crap. They basically, well, more or less, they're kind of the environmentalist push for like the climate change people. They basically put pressure on the government to basically stop producing their own energy. And our president, or I guess like the president of the United States or whatever, he basically pretty much shut down a bunch of pipelines, canceled a bunch of leases for drilling. Basically, he asked his treasury secretary to basically pretty much put pressure on the banks to basically not approve more or less the funding for the drilling necessary to put for the oil. And then they also there was one other thing they did, but basically I'm explaining something when I could have just said it. Basically, they stopped producing oil and natural gas. Russia is like the second biggest producer of oil and natural gas in I think the world, and they're like directly connected to like all of Asia. Uh, Frankly, right next to Europe, not too far from Africa. America's like across the ocean. So basically, when they basically started this, trade war during a commodity super cycle with like a commodities exporter, basically they were doomed to fail, because the only thing that the West is producing that's really worth anything is weapons. That's the only thing. Everything else is pretty much like worthless. Our financial system, we basically made worthless in a second, because we decided to pretty much weaponize it. We weaponized the US dollar. against, frankly, Russia and every country that didn't join in on the sanctions against Russia, which is really what that was about. Why they kind of turned at the dime of a hat on Africa. That was what that was about. Africa basically said that they didn't want to join in on the, these sanctions or whatever, because again, they were looking out, or a lot of countries in Africa were looking out for their own interests. It made sense to, and was the right thing to do. So, basically the financial system that like the US has created is basically pretty much worthless. This is what inspired pretty much the creation of the BRICS currency. Never until now has like the US ever weaponized its financial system. And everybody who's taken a second to study it, like, you never weaponize the financial system against your enemy. It just makes everybody want to pull. It's the equivalent of a run on the bank.
Mm-hmm.
When you weaponize a financial system against someone, they basically rush to pull their money out of the financial system. So now they don't have that anymore. While basically Russia's making like oodles and oodles of money off of like all their commodities that they have, and they have commodities to spare. And now, funny enough, they were asking, like, you saw these like, these recent meetings of like, the president with the Saudi Arabian government, or basically they were convening with OPEC, the pretty much that like conglomerate. It was like a conglomeration of governments in the Middle East that basically like work together to control the oil price. They're basically tapped out. They're basically like producing every amount of oil that they possibly can produce at the moment. And Biden was basically begging them for more oil, when like the US basically has the capacity to pretty much produce its own oil. And Europe does too. The problem is like they basically wanted to feel good about themselves by exporting their pollution out to other countries, like, say Russia or the Middle East or say Africa or whatever, and then, tell the world how virtuous and clean they are. They're very arrogant people, arrogant and self-righteous people. It's, I don't know where this, frankly, it's, again, it's a very colonial mindset. This, we're better than you, we're more virtuous than you.
Yes.
While simultaneously demanding that you do the things that we won't do for us. It's, but
well, I want to welcome Pi. Dong, whenever you show up, Pi keep changing his logo sometimes. So, I had a great conversation with you before, and always join me on my Diaspora Talk. And let's hear from Pi. Pi, welcome to Diaspora Talk. You missed the Icon Fired on the topic. But anyway, go ahead, Pi. I don't know. You probably heard it on the background. Go ahead.
No, I was listening. I woke up to it, and then it actually when you guys were talking, it actually woke me up because I was really tired.
Man, that is funny. That is funny.
I woke up like, what is B talking about? I'm like half asleep, and I woke up. Oh, okay, I'm awake now. Then I went to get some water before I came on here. That was ridiculous.
Thank you for joining me. Pi. Go ahead, Pi. Our conversation was pretty much we don't want no central bank in Africa, and he said, "This is Africa we're talking." I mean, he can criticize the
central bank.
You know me.
Do you mean like what? When you guys are talking about central bank, do you mean like an African central bank, like, I don't know, like in Congo, where they like pull money together to pay for I don't know, like if it's whether it's a loan or I don't know. Like
no,
resource.
He started with the African Development Bank.
Okay.
You've seen it. Even the African Development Bank went to Ethiopia, and Ethiopia is exporting now wheat for anybody that needs wheats, because they show they produces enough wheat. They don't want to import. And one of the African Development Banks, for the agriculture part of it, they went out there and they said, "This guy don't need no loan. we're on top of it. So now, from that aspect of it, and having a central bank and all the corruption that can come with it, and things like went out of hand. So basically, doing what explaining, and listen, they try to really, from my point of view, they trying to decentralize or decentralize the bank because the dollar is losing. It's a losing market, and now it's trying to sustain, including the reserve. At the end of the day, the dollar is going to be dissolved to another currency or to another thing, because they keep printing money. 17 point whatever trillion dollars were printed for COVID relief. So it's a lot of money that's been out there in the name of COVID. Now they keep printing on the thin air. So it was a discussion that I want to get in deeper and deeper with Dong, because I know Dong knows what he's talking about. We've been on different discussion in that show, uh, uh, and here we are. And Pi, welcome to the show. Let's hear from you. Or Dong, do you have anything to add? So we have Pi been.
Well, I'm not sure as far as the central bank. I would actually have to do more research on that to be able to have a good opinion. But I wanted to ask a question. What do you think about if Africa, they had their own, like they had their own commission, like an organization, a mineral resource commission? Like you have like Congo, Nigeria, South Africa, Ethiopia, maybe even Egypt, like kind of like an A5, where instead of necessarily the I think I was talking about central bank monetary, like a central bank of Africa or whatever, but instead of that, like it's a place where they get together and they like try to secure all the like, for example, like the gold, right? The Ugandan gold. Like if they had like their own security commission between like those 5 countries, and they know that Uganda, they can't protect their gold, they can maybe charge them like a small fee or whatever to be able to protect it in that like security commission. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm not against it. It's just like, I guess there's like a lot of trust involved. I believe that first and foremost, each and every country should be like, essentially responsible for its own military and defense, because like something like a continent would be stronger in the grand scheme of things if, like, say, like, pretty much everybody has a military, and then like, when you pick a fight with one of us, you pick a fight with all of us. But my only kind of like, worry about it, because I guess I would have to like, look a little bit more into it, is like, like, let's say, and again, I'm not saying a person would or whatever. It's just like a matter of if a person could. Like, let's say a person, or like, or say one country, basically they invite their military in or whatever, and then the military basically just decides, hey, well, this is ours now. Like, that's my only, and I'm not saying they would. It's just like a matter of if they could.
That's what's going on in Africa anyway.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, like, I would frankly, to be honest with you, if anybody's gonna do it, it would be better off like if frankly, an African country doing it to another African in that sense, as opposed to like, just like honestly, like the rest of the world making like lots of money at the expense of African people. But like, to be honest with you, I'm not like against it. I just think that like the perfect solution is basically eventually like, and to be honest with you, I guess it's kind of might be a step in the right direction, in the sense of like, Africans just seeing each other as like Africans, as opposed to like, many nations.
Well, how do I address? Well, as far as the bigger powers taking advantage of smaller powers for their resources in that kind of a trade block, if all 5 of the countries are dependent on each other, an answer to the other countries in their region. I don't think they would just go into a country and do that. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no,
But that's what's happening. That's what's happening. That question that you asked me it's already happening in Africa, and the ones that take most resources there is mostly the Americans and the British and the French. It's not the Africans.
Well, yeah, like I'm actually kind of for it, to be honest with you, like what you're saying. Like, I guess, like, it's just like like when something's like, well, this could go this way, but there's no guarantee that it would. Like, there's like, obviously, frankly, there's mutual interests, or like, I guess, like, there's mutual gain in doing something like that. As like, I suppose, like, forming a block and basically kind of just like collectivizing at each other's borders in the sense that like we look out for each other. I'm not against it. It actually seems like a pretty good idea. It's just like, a matter of like, could a person do, and to be frank with you, I think the most likely person to do something would probably it would be more likely that a person be influenced by the West who's influenced by the West to do something like that more than anything. I don't think anybody would be so short-sighted as to like, just turn on each other. So it seems like a good idea in my personal opinion to kind of just more or less come to an agreement and more or less we help each other and build up ourselves. And I think we were having a conversation, me and Biggie were having a conversation about this maybe a month or two ago about like, let's say, Ethiopia built, a big dam. Well, even if like, say another country can't build the big dam, we could just like, pay the Ethiopians to come and build the big dam for us and show us how to like build and maintain it and kind of just build ourselves up. So I'm for it.
And I just sent out actually. There's another one, the third Gibe dam that's getting built. Is on the Ormo River. This is going to be the third dam in the same river, and this one's supposed to be a lot bigger and a lot more watts. That's going to be distributing. And Africa, and actually, it was posted in here. I shared it in the comment section when somebody was talking about the. Let me see if I can find it, and I'll repost it. Here you go. I found it. The giant Gibe Third Dam, now being built on the Omo River in the southern Ethiopia, is a boon for some, a problem for others. Supporter says it will provide electricity for millions of Africans. So we're talking about millions of Africans, not only Ethiopia within its own boundary, but other different countries. In fact, Kenya signed a 25 years contract with Ethiopia for power. So these are the things that really are important. And at the same time, we just pray that our river don't dry like Europe. You know what I mean? It's just incredible stuff going on in part of Europe and in U.S. actually, drought or flood. There's either way. So anyway, Pi, you were saying something on the comment. I interrupted, but Dong and I had a great topic actually about a month ago or so, and really thank you, Dong, really for joining us, for your patience with all the crossfire that you encountered.
Yeah.
Is Rick still here?
That's crazy. Like that, I think that's the first time I've been called the N-word on here, like in such a way. I was like, like what?
Right.
It was like, I don't know, because I disagreed with the idea. I didn't say anything about him personally.
Right. And I mean, you can voice yourself, but at the same time, any of our Swahili Nation, One Africa, number one rule is that you can just criticize the idea, but not the person. You're not going to call name. Not on my show. He's my guest, and you're my guest. I'm the host. So if you have the disrespect for the host, then I don't want you in my show, because it is what I really feel that is very uh, dominating or damaging to the audience, because they don't want to hear the N word, they don't want to hear the F word, they don't want to hear anything that is not constructive, let alone that discouraging people to come to the panel. There are a lot of people that want to come to the panel, but they don't know how to. And then they hear this kind of examples. What kind of example I'm going to set in my show? So I don't need this kind of. I mean, I've had him several times in my show. Try to give him benefit of doubt. You know, try to come up with better ideas. But when you start really calling names and stuff like that, then I cannot tolerate that. I'm sorry, my people out there, my brothers and sisters. I cannot let you go through that roughness from anybody. This diaspora talk is about what can we do in relation to African as well as diaspora, those that would live outside Africa, and share information for a better, peaceful Africa. I cannot afford having somebody cursing out my guest. Period. I'm not going to tolerate that. And I'll tell you right now, anybody that's going to join, nobody's going to abuse you on my show. I'll stand up, and if I have to, I'll remove them. I don't need that. So it doesn't mean my being passionate and patient, but don't try me. It's my show. This is Diaspora Talk for all Africans to share information in diaspora and in the continent. And I know Akamfire is passionate. I know he wants to do something about it, but opinions are opinions, because I'm not going to have somebody that's going to be really uh, going over the opinion and attack the person. Especially people that ask, "What do you read? What do you do?" and all that. It doesn't matter. It's an opinion. So, in that aspect, Pi, anything in Taiwan?
Not really. Just more of the usual.
By the way, Dong, Pi lives in Taiwan. When all this,
Oh, he lives in Taiwan.
yeah,
Oh
with all
boy.
this,
Yeah, man. Listen.
with all the
So
flybys.
yeah, I'm gonna give you a fair warning, my guy. Since you're over there now, like there's so Taiwan is heavily defensible, but um, that's largely because they're like monsoon seasons that make an invasion not viable. But there's two parts of the year where it's actually possible, and you're coming up on like the last part of the year where it is possible, and that's like October, where that monsoon season isn't in play. So if they're gonna invade this year, which I don't think China will because of kind of what they're going through, they basically have like their equivalent to like the 2007 real estate collapse, and I think real estate was like 30% of their GDP. So they're not doing they're not doing so hot. Basically, they pretty much yanked everybody's money out of their bank accounts, and when they protested, they basically sent tanks out and pretty much told them, leave or die. Um, So I don't think it's going to happen. But, if you could maybe take a vacation for the month of October, I absolutely would.
You know what's funny about that? That's verbatim what I exactly said yesterday. You know a lot for not being in Taiwan, but no, I don't think they'll invade this year. It's just if you know China, they're an ultra conservative, type of economy or people or whatever. I think in the next 10 to 15 years, maybe they wouldn't invade unless they're stronger than the U.S. military. You know
Well,
what I mean?
the thing is like they're not necessarily individually stronger than the U.S. military, but if you the reason so in the grand scheme of things, I'm going to tell you what Ukraine was about. Um, the U.S. basically funded and overthrew Ukraine to basically install a puppet government, because they essentially were planning on putting, more or less adding them into NATO and putting nukes right on the border of Russia, pointed at Russia in the event. So they would be preoccupied with Ukraine in the event of a war with China, because they don't want Russia and China basically being buddy-buddy in the event of the next war.
Right.
But I would also mention, as we mentioned before, that failed. Like, Russia came in and crushed Ukraine the second they tried to pretty much bring them into NATO. So yeah, that's completely viable. Like, Russia will look out for China in the event of a war with US.
Well, just to address that one, as far as Ukraine, Russia, Somalia, Somaliland, Taiwan, and China, the histories are pretty similar. But one way it's different is Taiwan is not Ukraine. The reason why I say that is not the U.S. either. Is people, they like to the ones that are not inside of the country. Like, I would say Taiwan is, as far as when you say economic freedom or freedom of rights, all those things that the U.S. government likes to brag about, it's more far along compared to the U.S. The U.S., they only interfere in their external affairs. They don't interfere in their internal affairs. What do I mean by that? Meaning they still practice their traditional belief system. If you look at most places in the world that were annexed by the U.S., their belief system was replaced with, I don't know, either Catholicism or Christianity, but they still practice their folk religions. They still practice their the different languages, right? Like Austronesian languages, like Taiwanese dialect, Mandarin. They still practice that. And if you look at the Economic Freedom Index, if you look at any index that the U.S. so-called says about human rights, whether it's Democracy Index or Economic Freedom Index, even ease of doing business, whether it's press freedom, Taiwan, they're all further along as far as the U.S. So if anything, the U.S. should be learning from Taiwan. But I wouldn't say I would say that it's a struggle between Taiwan and China as far as control, because the U.S. and China, they're a lot bigger powers than Taiwan. But that I would say that tug of war between them and them being able to manage that relationship, it has actually made them more free than any other country. Same thing as Singapore. Every year they're ranked in the ease of doing business. They're ranked 1. Economic freedom index, literally watching right now, it's at 1. Press, all that kind of stuff. So as far as being colonized, Taiwan is a lot better. As I'd say, like, if you want to call it a satellite of the China and the US, I would agree with that. It's a lot better, farther along than any other country besides Singapore. Whether you look at Asia, South America, Africa, Europe, name the continent, they're farther along as far as being free from the US and China than any of those guys, if you look at the facts, data, and statistics. But point taken, I'm actually making backup plans as far as where I was studying in case that happened. Like, I'd probably go to Singapore and study there.
Yeah,
if there was,
Singapore might be a much better bet. And say,
Yeah.
I heard Singapore is great, honestly. Like, if there was like an economic model, like anybody could just like mimic and follow, I would say Singapore is probably some of the best stuff that like there is to follow, at least as far as like economic model goes.
China did copy the economic model when they stopped following communism and socialism. They
from what I understand, there was one specific, and I can't remember his name. There was like a president that basically pretty much started freeing up the economy, and that kind of was kind of what essentially kind of like gave China its kind of growth after kind of the starving times, from what I understand. But from what I understand, that kind of the next president kind of like reneged on that. Like, they've kind of, if you look at their model, like it's not Singapore's, it's a Keynesian economic model. Which if you've looked into like Keynesianism, it's basically, well, pretty much there's a couple of aspects about it. Hold up, there's a deadgum fly. My goodness, like they have like an entire building that can fly around, but they always want to be around you. So pretty much the Keynesian economic model is pretty much like one. It's the reverse of like it's the reverse of like spend money when you have it, save it when you don't. They basically spend money when they don't have it, save it when they do, or whatever. But pretty much the problem is like no country actually follows that. It's pretty much just an excuse to pretty much spend all you want. And then there was also the issue of them spending like an enormous amount of money, basically building these ghost cities.
Mm.
And it's like, then there was another issue of them basically capping wages to keep the price of like labor artificially low. Like, and it's like, it was part of what, the lie down flat movement in China. You ever heard of it?
Yeah, lying flat and counting fish and let it rot. Basically, counting fish, meaning when you're at work, a lot of people, they have to work 70, 80, 60 hours a week. So during their work hours, they find time to sleep, and they try to procrastinate and do other stuff. And I think let it rot is basically like young people, they pretty much given up on the Chinese economy, and lying flat is basically like taking flexible employment and just getting enough to get by, and in the house that your parents they've already bought for you, and just trying to have a more stress-free life and that kind of stuff, because the wages aren't high for many particular jobs in the economy right now in China.
So if you didn't know, this is like pretty much mimicking the behavior of a slave. And this was like one of the things that they found about like, Black Americans after they were freed. So when you enslave people, what happens is they basically do just enough to not get beaten or killed. But they're not really, they have no vested interest in like, seeing like, basically the best work done when they're not seeing any profit or benefit from it, and they make no decisions about anything regarding it. But when they basically freed black slaves or whatever, what happened was, and funny enough, if you look into it, this is actually how labor and trade unions in America started. I think it was labor unions actually. Basically what happened was like Black Americans were basically coming in and outworking and outcompeting basically their white counterparts. So they basically developed unions to basically protect their labor and their jobs or whatever from the blacks. It's like a night and day difference. But the issue is with China, it's like their people are more or less enslaved. Like you don't just seize the money in everybody's bank and savings account and then just tell them, if you've got a problem with it, you're going to die. Like they're more or less, they've created the lying flat movement through government intervention, more or less. China could, if I were to say kind of like the future big player, and as far as like the best trading partner, I feel like, Africans in general probably have. It's probably, as it stands right now, Russia. I have fears about China basically trying to make a lot of Africa de facto colonies. In the because I think we all kind of know which way the U.S. and like Europe is going to go. Frankly, Europe is going to go before the U.S. does. I earnestly see the euro falling before the U.S. does, and kind of the EU kind of just falling apart. They're kind of doing a lot too quick. If you haven't seen, they basically were like seizing people's farms to basically build housing for like migrants from like who knows where. It's like, well, even if like say you wanted to be compassionate and build housing for migrants or whatever, you can't seize farmland when there's a food shortage, a global food shortage that like you created. So there's that, and then like pretty much everybody is like trying, and even Mexico did it. Like they're pretty much seizing and like buying. They're more or less trying to nationalize energy companies. And it's like, well, yeah, we all know where this is going, but pretty much
But
the
at the
World
same
Economic.
time, remember, whenever you start seizing the in Europe, you seize farming lands and all that. Remember, they have a mind will harvest it from Africa. It's right here. It's just across the Mediterranean, and
Mm,
and they know when it comes to the leasing lands for food, they know where to go. You see, they already know that they have a different agenda than just getting their farmland. And I think it's Holland that been protesting. Holland was
yeah.
the major protesting country about
I
their
think there's a sorry Biggie for cutting you. I think there's a bigger
problem.
play than what you're thinking about here as far as this housing so-called crisis. I think it was created on purpose because I think the World Economic Forum is
Yeah.
paying them to go through with this you'll own nothing and be happy type of concept. I think their economy is gonna regress somewhat back into some form of communism where the state owns all the property in the country and no one owns anything, pretty much.
Yeah, and
Yeah. I
you
was
know
gonna
that
say like
that thing was
Europe is
in
basically
Paying them another
2016.
people. Yeah.
2016.
basically
2016.
all of
That's
Europe
when
is
they
run
said
by
it.
the World Economic Forum. Like, and I hate to pretty much, I would say if you're in Europe right now, like, it's a very
It's
good time to get out. Like,
Mhm.
if you're trying to, like, more or less move to another country, or, you're maybe, studying in Africa or whatever, or, you're an African migrant that's like, just living in Europe, now's a very good time to get out, because the reality of it is like, pretty much all of Europe is pretty much run by the World Economic Forum. A large swaths of the U.S. are basically run by them. Like, they're more or less trying to like, I'd say, solidify control over what remains of the U.S. We're gonna see what happens this next election and what people do after it happens. But um, I would say Europe is probably going to go down before the U.S. does. I don't think they'll stop,
I
like
thought it was
individual
the
countries
other
will
way
stop.
around. But again, the speed that's it's taking, now I'm just rethinking it, is going to be on the Europe side.
Yeah,
You know,
they're
first
doing
was
too
like,
much too quick.
yes, and they are forced. Don't forget, and there's a force behind it that makes them to move so quick without even thinking and making decision without thinking, and where they are fall flat right now by supporting the sanction with Russia, and what they fall short is like, yes, yeah, U.S. said, all the rest of our allies said we got to sanction uh, Russia, but basically you're shooting yourself in your foot. You have all these goods, and specifically, this is not luxury goods. These are essential goods that you used to get from Russia. When you sanction it and it turned around, the ruble was at the lowest point when this thing happened, and he knew the timing was perfect. When they sanctioned him, what he did was re-energized the ruble. Now the ruble, it comes nice and clean and shiny in front of the bricks because they are partners. So he brought his financial uh, equity way up because he told them before on the peaceful days, you could not tell them, okay, go and, in order to purchase Russian oil or goods, uh, you got to pay me in ruble. He cannot have that kind of power because they know what he's got in his sleeves. But he waited until this war, and actually, it was not invasion. Specifically, when he started, he said, "This is not an invasion. This was a special operation." It was a special operation. Now that he took the bite, and then he said, I can really expand this territory. So he got the Donbass all the way to connect to Crimea. So now he's got property. When peace negotiation comes, you think Russia is going to leave this states that they achieve? No. Ukraine map changed. You know,
And
one
said
thing.
that was one of
Yeah, go ahead.
oh I was gonna say like that was pretty much like largely his stated goals. He basically took pretty much the ethnic Russian parts of Ukraine, and he also took the parts pretty much with all the resource in that area with that river. But he pretty much took all the important parts of it. It's just a matter of like what he wants to do with the rest of it.
Exactly. So now the negotiation is going to be based on the new Ukraine map, the new remapped area, because Russia is not going to let go of those areas, and still is going to be negotiating to be non-NATO. But they can do whatever they want, but they cannot join NATO, and that's where we are right now. You know, even Dong said, you know, I mean, if you are, you know, a powerful country and your neighbor, you know, he's not powerful, but at the same time, I'm your neighbor. But again, if you bring another enemy by being the buffer zone, now I have a problem. So your being neighbor is not going to be friendly neighbor anymore. So I'm going to have to rethink how I'm going to deal with you. The same thing with Finland. You know, Finland is border of Russia. Now they want to join NATO, and I don't want to see that happening. And politically, Turkey was really saying the right thing is not to really join NATO. It's not just because of the Russian stuff like that, but they understand his area is going to be affected. But now Turkey gained all this political agenda about the Kurds, about the all the other things in negotiation to allow these two countries to join. Now there's a question because now he's asking when this deal is going to happen, and it's not happening. So Turkey has a different stand. So that part of the world is kind of I call it COVIDized. You know, I don't know, Dong, if you heard me saying that. I don't know if it's because of COVID or not. People are not thinking right. I don't care how much greed, how much change that you want to make, but whatever the decision that they're making is not where they're supposed to be. Oh, I lost Dong. I think he had the internet issue earlier. Um, so, Pi, this is my give and take on what we have. Yeah, I just got a message from Dong is having an audio problem,
Oh, okay.
but it was great. Really good stuff. So, other than that, you know, for all of you that listen to us and those that joined the panel, Antoinette and everybody else, I really appreciate that. Dong is back. Let's see if he's got his audio back. So, Dong, you back? We just got a message from Antoinette that he had a audio issue. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you if you're speaking. Okay. But fine. The other thing that I talked about today on the African issues was about the veterans. You know, the veterans in Africa, and one of the thing is that as Africans in the continent, we have soldiers. And those soldiers or the military uh, servicemen should be honored and respected at any given time. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And when they get injured, they should be taken care of. Do you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Now,
That's a tough one though, because a lot of these soldiers, they're not paid much to begin with. So if you look at the pay and then what their pension is gonna be, that's a really difficult one to figure out. But go
right.
ahead, sorry.
But again, within whatever you pay, whatever that they have, they should get compensation on whatever the limited uh, money that they receive to begin with, right? But at least they should be recognized. They should not be ignored. Every time the regime change, the political party change, that soldier doesn't change because he is a soldier. He is there to protect the country. So you cannot criminalize the soldier that was always there, will be always there in any given time. Any change that comes with the government, it doesn't matter. He's still gonna be the protector, the first line of defense, right? But there are veterans that were discriminated because they served the old one, the new one doesn't recognize them because maybe they decided the old one was criminal, right? Let's say the soldiers that served during TPLF time, now that TPLF is out, and now we're having a war with TPLF as an example. And then you have the old Derg military that served the Derg regime, and still in that transition of the power, when the power is handed over, they still are a military personnel from one executive office to the next executive office. And all these orders are being given by the executive office, which is the president or the prime minister. So I brought this topic for the diaspora world that if you know a military serviceman that served his country well, no matter which regime that is, and you hear him crying out for help, you hear their story, I think the diaspora should really be passionate enough to help the military personnel that is hurting now, maybe retirement, old age, everything. But they were the front line that bled, that were in front defending the country. So this is the message that I want to pass on to diaspora world. And in fact, in Africa itself, because remember, I always said that, the diaspora and the Africa, it should be interlaced entities. It's the 55th state that's connected to Africa. So be passionate, and if you hear any help that's crying out there, especially the military servicemen and women out there, extend your help, and if you can sponsor, it's even better. So be aware out there that people that really served Africa, because at the end of the day, they're African soldiers, and that's the part that we want to unify our military throughout Africa to have the national security. So let's start with the one that are hurting, and then start developing and investing more on the military complex because the military side have the ability with smart people that are out there that can advance us in technology in different part of agriculture. There's a lot of things that the military does beside a daily routine as military servicemen. So there's a lot of opportunity for the diaspora that can help uh, the military servicemen. We have like a Corps of Engineering that does a lot of the housing for the military, and at the same time, technology kicks in with it. So we have a great opportunity really to help out uh, our militaries in Africa. And this is beside the point of each government, each state pass on, but at the same time, if we contribute and help out these people that are hurting out there, that really bled for Africa, because they bled for Ethiopia, it doesn't matter. They bled for Africa. Nigeria, the same thing. So let's keep that in mind, because this is something that I'm going to address in a full fledged, because today I didn't get to really expand this discussion. And the next one that I want to really expand is the African uh, human trafficking, the human trafficking, like we talked about earlier in the conversation, but it went different direction from there. Is that Africans being harvested for different labor or intellectual aspect of it, and how can we protect those people that's being really, I call it human trafficking. Some of them are legal trafficking, really, and they don't have a point of return. It's just depending on each individual luck. Some of them get locked up in the prison of nowhere land, and nobody knows their whereabouts until somebody really follow up, which is the family, and the family suffers in between until they hear back from their loved ones. So this is something that I want to discuss maybe in the next 2, 3 sessions. I'm going to take a session for the military side. Today is just an introduction uh, that because it requires a lot of thinking and really bring it up to a discussion. So I give everybody an opportunity to think about it during these weeks, within the next couple weeks or so, 3 weeks, let's put it that way. And we'll start a session with the servicemen, military servicemen and women. And as well, I'm going to take, once we cover that, I want to go to the human trafficking in Africa. And that will have different subtopics, and we'll discuss that furthermore, because I cannot cover both topics in one session. I just brought it up to just have a highlight, even for me to grasp certain uh, points from my panel, and as well from the comment, so I can have a good program and bring those idea that comes from the panelists, and as well the commentators on the as well Nation One Africa comments. And I'm open to any suggestion. So the topics will be the African veterans, and the second topic will be the human trafficking in Africa, and what the diaspora would do. And at the beginning, I asked about a very it's not easy, but at the beginning, what I brought was to congratulate uh, the Kenyan new president, William Ruto, the hustler. And uh, there's some controversy, but at the same time, as far as I'm concerned, is William Ruto until different things comes about. And I congratulate. And today, I'm going to finish the uh, this Diaspora Talk with the Kenyan national anthem. I started it with that, and I'm going to end it with that. Just to let you guys know, for those that join late, so just giving you an update. This conversation will carry on with the diaspora in Africa, African solution, and I'll take some key bullets on those, and I'll present it as far as I'm concerned, and the panel will join me, put their comments. So anyway, Don, you back?
Yes.
Good. We can hear you.
Yeah. So I had
You've been from the beginning, most of the beginning. So this is just to sum it up, and invite also one thing that one of the main intro also was about inviting all African diaspora Africans to to go back home, feel the air, see what's going on, boots on the ground, listen to your people, and you will have an understanding what Africa needs. And then you'll be the one defending Africa. All right, don't go ahead.
I'll say I hear that.
Then
Go ahead.
try to listen to in between. You got disconnected, and just got the information of what happened to you through Marie Antoinette. And I
Oh,
have Marie Antoinette, and also I have the architect, and as well Pi is still there. Good. So, what do you have on the overall? Because I'm just about to close the session. So I start with Udong.
well, and say I guess I don't have much, but I guess maybe a couple of warnings. If you're in Europe, I would probably advise you to maybe save up your chips and maybe get ready to make some moves because it's going to be a very cold winter. Nah. So,
Yep.
um, and say like,
Especially Africa when they leave Europe before the cold hit, you're gonna be in a warmer continent. Let's put it that way.
yeah, and say like Africa's going to start looking a whole lot nicer if when the winter hits. They're very much lacking in natural gas and oil, so I don't know what they're going to do exactly. I would just say if you're in Europe, you might want to make sure you have your passport, your visa, everything in order, and maybe take a little trip, south, uh,
Mm.
at least until they figure that out. But
Mm.
outside of that, I would say thank you for having me and
You're very welcome. Thank you
discussion.
so much for really joining us. So before you go, I'm gonna do some prayers too. So the next person that I will go is uh, the architect.
Hey, Biggie.
Yes.
Yes, guys. Well, it was good. It was good hearing from you guys again. And Biggie, you know what? I'm gonna go back to your question that you asked and
Yeah.
finish off with that. You asked, I think, in the beginning, before everything started happening, you asked what um the diaspora.
You mean before the war?
Yes. Oh god, that's so funny. Before the war, you asked
Before the war.
you asked what uh we think that the diaspora uh can do like now. And what I think we can do is those who are skilled in media and those things start pushing images of Africa that you think would induce the behavior of Africa being coming to unite as one. Start putting those things out in the media. Start keep doing what they're doing, because a lot of them are doing it anyway. But that I think the Prime Minister of Ethiopia even asked about um uh having a media center for Africa that will show the image of Africa rather than other people trying to persuade people outside about what's happening in Africa so that they can follow their own interests. Do you understand what I mean?
Hmm.
Yes. So I think that's one thing we can do now, because art is a powerful tool as well. Whatever art it is, whether you join artists, artists in the media, even actors, all those things play a huge part in how people think.
Yeah, our fashion show. That was one of the things that even Mika covered.
Yes, exactly,
Our
exactly.
arts, our culinary, our foods, our clothing, our culture. I think
Yes, and
54 countries got 54 beautiful culture, and they have very vibrant colors. You're absolutely right.
yeah, yeah,
We gotta keep pushing.
yeah, exactly. And art is when you make something out of nothing, and artists is the people that make something out of nothing. So
Hmm.
they have those are the people that we need to try to support right now. That's what we can do right now. Like those people who have these kind of channels like Micah and so on. Try to support them if you can in any type of way, even share their stuff, so that we can start to create that one like nervous system, so that we can all be thinking about now a united Africa supplying all our needs, and not every time we hear about it, it has conflicts. That's what that was my that would but that would have been my input before the war.
Exactly.
but you guys,
Exactly.
but you guys have a good night.
I want to. One thing that I was gonna bring. I don't know if you guys looking at the SNN news. That was one thing that before all these things came in.
Chad?
Uh, one gal.
Yeah, yeah, I
Uh,
saw it.
She's the anchor for SNN, and I was gonna present her again. Just to have a little brief. And she did a nice little coverage for us for the Swahili Nation network. She's the anchor, and she did a coverage, and I listened to it and I watched. I said, you know what? Yeah, sometimes we got to show off our talent, and she's very talented anchor, and she presents a lot of shorts, a lot of things that she does help out and collaborate with the Valley Nation. It's incredible. I mean, she had an incredible coverage uh, in short for this week. And since I log in different name in certain platforms, League One Africa and versus myself, and I tried to find it and recap it, but uh, I didn't get to do that. So just give me some time while we go around in this topic because I found it very nice. A good coverage. So I'm gonna go to Marie Antoinette. At the same time, if she's there, Marie Antoinette, you still there?
I'm a little under the weather, but I'm here. Um, yes, I'd just like to agree with you, Piggy. We are a family here, and we may disagree with another person's contribution, but we never insult the person. I think if we are to really be serious about being in control of our own affairs, we have to be adults. We are not, um, we don't want others looking at us and thinking that we need a grown up in the room. We are the grown ups. So we can't insult one another. We have to show mutual respect at all times. And so that's all I'll say. And I would like to thank Gang for coming, and please come again.
Oh, well, thank you. So I'll try to make a habit of it.
And please, like last time when we talked about different topic, and I said, you know what, I said wrong, and then at the same time I'm mistaking him for Pi because Pi keep changing his logo until I read the name. So,
I'm ever
so
changing, man. One day I'll come up with one argument, and the next week it'll be even more sophisticated.
oh my, this is amazing. We got an amazing family. Uh, uh, get to know each other, and this is the platform that we want to make sure we want to make sure that we are one at the end. We're one family. Within family, there's differences of opinion, so you can shoot down the opinion, but family is family. You just leave it at that. It's very important. So before I even delay anything, I just want to share what Wengale says on her. Uh, this is about 5 hours ago, and I want to share this with all of you. So I just love the way she presents things and her expression, her facial expression, and all that. She makes it real. And let me share her. Wengel has been great coverage for us. And let me share it. Give me a second. I hope everybody will address these information the way she does say things. So just give me a second. And I was trying to get her earlier. Uh, okay, this is a great one.
We are allowed to make up our own minds. We're allowed to side with who we want. We're allowed to buy what we want from any nation that we want to. Stop bullying us. Stop telling us what to do. As per usual, African countries have gotten a warning from the superior almighty US. So a US diplomat is warning African countries against buying anything from Russia except for grain and fertilizer. So this US ambassador is the ambassador to the United States, and her name is Linda Thomas Greenfield. So she visited Ghana and Uganda, and during her speech in Uganda, she said, quote, "Countries can buy Russian agricultural products, including fertilizer and wheat. But," she added, "if a country decides to engage with Russia where there are sanctions, then they are breaking those sanctions." She's saying that because buying Russian oil could constitute breaking those sanctions. The US banned imports of Russian oil and natural gas in March, and the European Union will ban most imports of Russian oil by the end of this year. Wait for it. The threat is coming. Just give me a sec. I'm getting to it. She finally said, quote, "We caution countries not to break those sanctions because they stand the chance of having actions taken against them." If this is not a threat, I don't know what is. Like, she literally told us, if you, let's say, buy oil and gas because those are the things that they have banned, you are in trouble. I can't help but to laugh, at the end of the day. It's like we've been talking about this over and over and over again, and the fact that the message is not clear on their side, they're not getting it. Like, we are sovereign countries. We're allowed to make up our own minds. We're allowed to side with who we want. We're allowed to buy what we want from any nation that we want to. Stop bullying us. Stop telling us what to do. Like, I thought it was clear. I honestly thought it was clear, especially after the Ugandan president said what he said just 2 weeks ago. He said, you can't bully us.
We want to trade with Russia, want to trade with all countries of the world. We don't believe in being enemies of somebody's enemy. No, we want to make our own enemies. Why do you think my main job is to be pro somebody? I am pro myself. And I deal with all other people according to how they relate with my own interests. These people think we are stupid. I am pro myself.
And she goes to the same country and says this. Like, for me, it's literally like being downright disrespectful and not really care about what we're saying. It's all about what US wants to do. So I guess they're allowed to continue being stubborn, but they're going to be surprised because we are no longer going to be obedient to this kind of nonsensical orders. Anyways, fam, let me know down below what your thoughts are about the threat African countries have received from the US diplomat. I am Wangil Zalalam. I'll see you on the next one. Stay blessed. Bye.
there you have it. You know, I wanted to play it, and actually, this is the recent one that she just put out for SNN, and as well anchoring on what's going on in short. And basically, there's a lot of hammers that's pointing out toward Africa, but Africa will prevail because this Africa is not the old Africa. This Africa is going to fight back, and at the same time, while we're doing the fight, we diaspora are the one that's going to hold up on those hammers that's trying to reign in Africa. So we have a duty and responsibility to protect our continent. Pi, what's your comment on this?
Oh, on the video?
And the whole thing, I just brought up that little package.
Oh no, I think we pretty much
that
covered.
video. You know how you like a one gal.
No, it was a good video. I actually saw it earlier, especially when Stephanie was funny. He said, "I want to make my own enemy." That was pretty great from him.
That's African, you know.
Oh,
Don't
God.
create my other enemy. I want to create my own enemy. Leave me alone. And he said, you know, just like anybody says, I'm for myself, protecting my interests, you know. And he's talking to Uganda, you know, the interest of Uganda. So go ahead, anyway.
Yeah. So I think we pretty much covered a lot already. I don't have much left to say, but one thing that I do want to talk about at some point is like, even when our Prime Minister talked about it, like a transatlantic bridge organization, like a lot of what we're doing in the world at this point, it's like on a moral alignment chart, like whether we're talking about like lawful good, neutral good, chaotic good. I'll talk about it a different time, but it's like chaotic good. It's like chaotic good is like doing whatever is needed, often with disorganized methods. That's basically what most when you talk about Africans or Black people doing around the world, because there's no system attached to it. Where, for example, like you will see a lot of diasporans, like especially Nigerians, that are doing well in school and in business in the U.S. But then when they want to take it back home, for them to be able to, not even just Nigerians, just Africans in general, this is a constant problem. When they want to take it back to their hometown, it's kind of hard because systems are not in place for them to do that yet. You know what I mean? So we have to try to figure something out that is beyond a politician or a government. Like we have to have like our own block, like that belongs to the people, to be able to, I guess maybe like influence policy or influence the law for good, instead of it being cake. It's just all over the place. You know what I mean? It's like disorganized. Yeah. That's what I wanted to say.
Well said. And actually, that's the main topic about the diaspora talks is the interlacing, you know, the diaspora to Africa, because Africa is Africa. We, the one that are in diaspora, we have taken another path and been out there trying to really compete to our schooling, to our education, career, and everything else that we put out in the West. Literally, we are really contributing to the society. But at the same time, when we come back to Africa, this little clash is like, oh, you know, this should have been done. Don't forget, you are on the in the West that's pretty much advanced in certain ways of doing business, and Africa needs you to bring her to that level of an understanding and helping and resources and all that you can. If you're a doctor, help a doctor. Don't worry how the country runs. Just keep that knowledge. Share that knowledge with that doctor. If you're a mechanic, share the knowledge of mechanic. Integrate on what you do best. Do not look, because when you come to Africa, things are different in Africa. You might not have electricity sometimes, you know. You might not have water, let alone all the fantasy that you might think that you thought you have in the West, having it in Africa, it's not. So you have to integrate yourself on the condition. That's why I said I invite all diaspora to go back home, your home, your Africa, so you can feel it. You can feel the heartbeat of the people, the condition of the people, where you can help. Don't look at them down, especially those that lived 25 years abroad, coming in for the first time. You know, it might be a little shocker, but at the same time, take your time, talk to the people, understand the people. Nothing. Uh, the first time I went back, boy, I had issues. You know, like I don't have issues here with the DMV. You know, Department of Motor Vehicle, to get your license, to get your things. Yeah, I went through things, but you know, you get achieved. You take a ticket, you just wait, and you get served. But when you go back to Africa, then you have the system that first you got to talk to somebody, you got to fill out the application, and then he look at the application, he approves it. Then you go to the other guy that's going to verify that the seal and verification is there. Then you take that, you go to another department, and he's going to say, oh, you know, you've been out of the country this many years. Now you owe this much money to renew your license. And then he'll say, okay, you're going to pay this much. And he gives you another certificate. Then you take that one, and then you go back to another guy where he's going to put a stamp, and that stamp is $1 or whatever the fee is. Just because you're there for the services, they put a stamp, you pay for that stamp. Then you go to another treasury in order to really finalize your things. Then they'll say, okay, now we're going to renew your license. That takes a whole day, and if you're lucky, to get served. So this is just an example how frustrated I was. Um, Again, you know, earlier in my conversation, when as people would come to your office to visit you out of the you know, out of the uh, from the countryside or anything else, they'll come in, and the guy will say, "I'll be right back. I'm taking a break." So the guy's taking a break 20 minutes to entertain his friend that came in or his brother that came in from out of the country, and then he'll have a coffee and talk to him about 15, 20 minutes. Guess what? That line is going to build up, and nobody will serve you. That door is shut. There are things, there are protocols that miss within the cultural way, but at the same time, you know, you can live with it. You know, it's not every day happening. It just happened in Africa. Will take it easy. I've seen everybody that take it easy because they understood a family member came in out of the country, because the people that are in the line will do the same thing in their business. So it was understood. But for me, as a diaspora coming home, I was like going, man, you know, I'm waiting on this line. I get frustrated. How come I'm not getting served? You know, why it's taking long? But again, when you look at it here in the West, people take breaks. And when they take breaks, that window's closed. Nobody argue about it. So there are certain value that we diaspora, when we go back home, don't look at it that is fine and dandy, but just open your eyes, your ears, your soul, because your soul belongs there. It got created there. And these people that you're going to be interacting are your brothers and sisters. They're nothing different. Actually, they're real people, and they're real ready to welcome you, to show you around. And so, all African, when you go back, like you said, pie, you know, the major issue is going home, and you come with a business idea or anything else, and how to integrate, how you will come very aggressive. And Africa's not there yet, you know. So it's up to the diaspora to build it and to make it happen. So we got to be very patient when it comes to visit Africa. Everything is not like you think. like the Western countries. And those of you that's been going year after year, you know, you understand it, you enjoy your stay. But now those of you that's going back and forth, and there are others that I know that established schools, that helped orphanages, because they start integrating, so they can now wait for that year leave to go back home to do more work, more help. So I bless those always. May God bless you all that goes back and forth and always have Africa in the mind, always there to help. And I really thank you for those great professors, great uh, educators, people that are really are motivated to help an orphanage, to help books with books. These small, they're small for us in the West, but they are major, big deal for Africa by helping all our African brothers and sisters. I honor those. And so the first time that you go, don't be shocked. Take a deep breath, enjoy the air, enjoy the way you're touching ground. It's a different feeling. Accept that, enjoy that. Listen to the people around you. Look at what's missing and what can be done. These are the assessments that you can bring back and develop something and bring it back again to Africa to help. So yes, the transition from West to Africa can be a little bit difficult, but we should have some sort of, when it comes to Africa, we should have some kind of landing, uh, heads up on what they expect there within the people that are in the ground when they welcome you and what to expect. I think that is also part of the, the Africa side, but at the same time, the more efficient is the one that always going to go back and forth, and understand everything, the hustle bustle street, and then commerce, businesses, and all that. These are the kind of people that can put some kind of crash course, let's put it that way, for those that's going to go back to Africa, so they won't be in a state of shock and sometimes really be disappointed a bit, on the expectation, uh, because Africa is growing and Africa needs you. Be patient when you visit home. Be generous, because your generosity is not just your money, but your brain, your spirit, being there for them. Welcoming home a brother, welcoming home a sister. For Africa is the most important thing, because Africa is always with them, let alone you as a brother and sister going back. But we also welcome those that come to visit, all the other foreigners that visit, whether it's business, whether it's visit tourism, because you know what? That's what Africa is about. Our hospitality is so high, no matter who you are coming from abroad. Take that, because they really mean it. They really mean it. They welcome you with a whole heart. Not to mention your family, your friends that you left, the old teacher that you left. So when I say go and visit, keep that in mind. Africa is booming. Africa is changing. But your help is going to even move better in the right direction. So that's what I have for Africa coming home in my point. Don, you want to add anything? Visiting Africa anytime? So I'm going for one round.
And say, I think I've added everything I think I can, at least for now. But
Okay.
Evan. I know I sometimes talk a lot. So.
No, you did good. You did good. And we want you to join us again next week or anytime during the week because our shows, our coordination show goes 7 days a week, different topic every day. And please join us and join my co-host. We have great, great co-host uh, during the week. Anytime that you just put 10 minutes, 15 minutes here and there of your ideas, your opinion, just to listen to it and help others, that would be great also. Pi, is in and out in a lot of our shows, and Maria Antoinette. So I can call Pi and Maria Antoinette almost. I mean, Maria Antoinette is a co-host, literally, for me. I'll put her on that level, including Pi. So great, great family that I really, really appreciate. And Dong, believe me, you're welcome, and you're putting a lot of information out there, and this information is very valuable, as you said, for those that live in Europe. Just think about it twice this winter. Make sure that if you got the means or way, is to really go back home. This is the opportunity when I say come and visit Africa for all Africans out there in Europe. This winter, you might as well have the opportunity to go home and visit, and it'll be a lot warmer, and that will help uh, Africa also. You will have time to really discuss with your family. Um, the architect again, really just trying to. I cannot wait to see this coming. But anyway, we're gonna be talking about it offline and see where we're at. Dog, you're trying to talk, but it seems like your audio is messed up. Can you hear me?
He might be having problems.
I think he's going back and forth.
Wait, who, Rich?
No, Dong. Dong is trying to talk.
Yeah, Biggie, and I was just here, just chilling, listening to you guys still. But I'm gonna say good night to you all because I think you guys are going now. Keep your,
Yes.
keep your energy up and don't just spread information. Use information. That's my um last words for you guys.
What he said?
Don't just spread information, but use information.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Don't.
What did you
Okay.
say?
I said I'm just repeating. I'm trying to type it up.
You're
Don't
typing it up.
just. Yeah. Just don't just. Yeah.
Don't just spread information. Use information. Why are you typing it up? You're
Oh,
quoting me.
I'm just gonna keep it in my note because this
Yes,
is what
yes.
we said.
All right, man.
I
Yeah.
take a note because there's great information that comes across within the panel, and
Mhm.
what they said and how it's been said is very important because I have Swali Nation running PowerPoint, and I add them in there, and then when I get done to certain level, I want to share it back to Swahili Nation One Africa, and I'll display what we talked about all this time. I think the last one was from 6/15, from June 15th. I've been taking some notes, so that's important information,
That's a great thing,
that I
Biggie.
was.
It's a great thing you're doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. We have to collect these because we need to walk the talk. So
Yes.
if we don't remember the real codes and information, and if we don't save them, so they'll be just on air. But if we recollect them and start sharing them back as compounded information, then I can share my whole PowerPoint to all Africans or diasporas included, uh, and make some sense out of it. You might learn something out of it. Maybe you might put it on save, but one day you're gonna open it and you'll see some information. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
of course, of course. I learn a lot from you guys too, man. All the time, man. All the time. So
Oh, we'll never stop learning.
exactly.
We'll never do.
Oh, one more thing. You know what I heard in a video today? I'll leave you guys with this. I heard in a video today that one of these historians was talking, these ancient Kemetic historians, and he was saying that in order for you to get your degree in ancient Kemet, you had to study for like 48, 50 years.
Yeah.
That just goes to show how like long how much information is important as you grow. How like it never stops, right? It never stops.
Mhm.
So now we get our degrees in 4 years.
You should thank you should
You guys have a good night. Have a good night.
Oh my God. I'd rather Dong try to say something. Dong, we cannot hear you. I'm gonna put a message for Dong. Uh, Dong.
Nah, he said it's muted. I think it's something wrong with my phone. Like when I have my I usually use my computer. It usually doesn't happen on the computer. When I use my phone, sometimes when someone else is speaking and I'm not on mute, there's like a background noise or whatever. But Biggie, I don't know if you saw my message. If you get a chance, can you help me interpret like some of those songs, like in
Oh,
Amharic?
okay. I'll tell you about these songs. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, these are songs. The first one that you sent out, we call it Fukara. Okay.
Mm.
This is the drum beat and the verbal expression when they say "Aragadao, aragadao, gadao, aragadao." That's a drum really calling out. Get prepared for the imminent war and getting his people, his gathered people, and motivating them that they're ready for the war and they will be the winners. Is For me to try, I have to get somebody to help me out in certain words. Some of the words I don't know how to translate them in English because they're really deep down. But I'll be able to, and I didn't forget. I start translating. And at one point but how can I? I said I can translate it, but the expression and the drum beat, the emotion with it, uh, I, I, I don't know how to. I can give you literally the translation, but again, the repeat, what they're repeating and why he's repeating the same part, the emotion part is very hard. So I have to really have a session with you, and I will explain you clips by clips. That's the only way I can really translate when it comes to Fukara, because even with what the guy says in his Fukara, among us, uh, the 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 Ethiopian Amaniya speaking, it makes you ready. Just listen to him. It makes you ready for anything. You understand? It's just it's a
Yeah, I guess
war.
Amharic has a lot of symbolic language.
Yeah, and have you seen in the old gladiators wars before they enter the war? You have this general that's going with a horse, and he says something, come back to them, and says, "Yeah, we're gonna do this. We're gonna crush him," right? It's just
Yeah.
it's just words that he said. But the Ethiopian side, the the emotion that is in it is like, before he says we're ready to die for it, for this war, it's already expressed with the word that he says. It doesn't have to explain them. It's like the general will go, "Oh, we're gonna fight them to the last man," but the Ethiopian side is not gonna say to the last man, because they're gonna win with all the men's. You understand? They don't have the last man terminology for it. You understand? We're gonna fight,
Yeah.
and when he says we're gonna fight to death, and that expression, it's like we're gonna come winners. It's not the last man. You see what I mean? So there's a difference. If I translate it directly the way it's written, there's no emotion to it. I wish I can get some clip and some more musician. I'll probably get Million to help me out to get a clip, and I can play it, stream it out, just a little portion of it, and just explain you that main uh, uh, beat for it before they go to war, because it's not the last man. It's just, let's go and win this war. It's just motivating and getting the war drum, as they say, going. By the way, the drum is very powerful when any war conflict. That's what they use. So, for those of you who didn't understand this, that Pi sent me a song. Actually, it's the song before any Ethiopian goes to war. You have all these people, and in fact, there are several videos out there that can show you different people coming with the armors and spears and sword, and the way they, even though at the end of the day you're gonna go with guns and tanks, but they always do it the traditional way of the war beat, and very, very. I know, Pi, you probably going like, "My God, what a passion!" You know, it's a war beat, but you wish you can understand every bit of the word that he's saying. But you're there. You felt it, even though you don't know the word. So for me, it's very tough, because I really have to go clip by clip and tell you exactly where the emotion are and what the word means every time that he repeats it.
Okay, because actually, I've studied like 6 or 7 different languages, so I could. It would take me a long time, maybe like a week. I could probably do it myself, but it'll be like a literal translation, and I think Amharic compared to English is more. It's more words, so I don't think it'll
Right.
really be. It
It'll be
wouldn't be
flat.
accurate.
Yeah, it'll be flat. You see what I mean? It'll be
Yeah.
flat on the part of where that emotion is, where he puts out even the the height of the voice itself is different, and that in English you can translate it, but it doesn't show. It will be flat, a flat language, and I don't know if any of the commenters would say it's it's very very hard to just have it just translating the words. But if somebody is there and explaining you as he's saying it, then you understand the true meaning of that warrior. By the way, I don't know. Yeah, I think the architect is gone, but the Marie Antoinette just put it out there. Don't just spread information, use information. Thank you, Marie Antoinette. Always. Thank you. So, anyway, uh, I really appreciate for those that joined me. Um, and thank you, Marie Antoinette. Thank you, Don, Pi, the architect, the Sennu, Snakage that joined me. And for those of you that are in comment section and put all your comments out there, I really appreciate it. And at the same time, I can fire. I really thank you for coming up. And we'll try it again. Next time I never. Uh, I just want to make sure that the message is clear. We're here, Diaspora Talk, to exchange our opinions. What works, and the thing that doesn't work, uh, we actually let it go. And again, Dong, thank you so much for giving us a lot more information that, when it comes to the economical and the inflation and all that, and the bull market. And I really thank you for all the information that you shared with us. And I close this with just a little information that I always try to the journey uh, of the love and unity of who we are as African, and what we expect for the changes. And the question is, what is Africa? One last treat for all of you.
So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated, the least wealthy continent per capita, the land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars, people who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace, and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you?
There you have it. There you have it. In that same thought, I'm going to close my session. That's Raw Talks. Marie Antoinette, always a pleasure having you. And thank you so much for supporting Solid Nation One Africa, because you are one. Because we appreciate your wisdom. You've been here with everything that you go through.
Thank you, Biggie.
It's a great honor to hear from you. And I
Thanks,
pray
Biggie.
again, you're very welcome. And all African brothers and sisters in here that heard you and said everything that you put in this for One Africa is greatly appreciated. I can call you a sister. I can call you my African Empress. You are. and increase. And we really appreciate you. I want to thank you. So I pray today, Xavier, thank you for giving us such a beautiful session. We Africans, the way you created us, the way you blessed us with everything, with everything. We never let the day go without being grateful. We thank you for giving us this opportunity. We thank you for your creation to discuss what is better for the one that's been oppressed. This is what we work for. And you give us the strength to bring all brothers and sisters to come on panel, on the comment section, for giving us the strength to last today 6 hours and 30 minutes. It is a strength that's been given to you, and we thank you. And please don't forget our brothers and sisters that are suffering out there. Protect them. For those that are ill, heal them. For the ones that need food, feed them. For the ones that are thirsty, give them thirst quencher. Holy Spirit, they rain on them. And I thank you, my Lord, for having Mary Antoinette on our show every day. You always bring her in the show. We thank you. We're very grateful. We listen to her wisdom. Thank you for giving us a beautiful sister like Mary Antoinette. I pray that you heal her, protect her, give her the strength, because she is your ally for mankind. She's your ally. Give her everything that she needs into healing her, because she never stopped from living. She never stopped from hope. She always had the hope. And we, as African brothers and sisters, the given prayers that we pray to you and for her to be reaching the utmost help that she deserves. Forgive us for everything that we might be against you, but we don't. We thank you. There's no other greater, and the only one is you, Xavier. We thank you. I pray also, again, for Marie Antoinette, Kaku, Kuku, Deborah, Dr. Zandagan, and also for Mika, that he instilled the vision of One Africa, Swahili Nation One Africa. Help him into his, and give him strength. Everything that he asks, grant him of it, because you know his heart. And I thank you again, my Lord. As I'm here, bless Africa, bless the diaspora Africans, and bless the whole world, because there's no difference in your creation. May you protect all human beings from having wars and famine, to stop all this nonsense for us. And we're very grateful. Thank you in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, Marie Antoinette. Today I just put my deepest for you and for what you represent. You're the wisdom for Africa. You're always there for Africa, and Africa should be with you. Thank you, Marie Antoinette. So, as I say always, thank you so much for joining me in the Diaspora Talk with Big E and Marie Antoinette, my co-host. Always be my co-host. Thank you. Until next time, next Saturday, same time, we'll have a different topic. Again, just to remind you, think about the African veterans. And as well, maybe if we have time, also, we're going to be talking about the human trafficking in Africa. So just keep that in mind. Any suggestion, anybody that's on the WhatsApp group, just shoot out some information, videos, So that helps me also to put that information together for next week. Until then, it is a wrap. Thank you so much for joining me. Good night, good morning, because it's evening of me on the east, and as well the worst is coming down to the evening. It is on the evening time. So the day will start again on Sunday for Africa. Until I see you next time, next week in my Diaspora Talk, but at the same time I'll be supporting my Swahili Nation One Africa host in between. Till then, have a wonderful evening. Have a wonderful morning. Good night, Africa. Love you all. Good night, Marie Antoinette. Rest well. Thank you.